Hello, everybody. Welcome to the third episode of the Path of Magic Enigma Mode live stream. If you want to learn more about Enigma Mode, you'll have to learn more about Enigma Mode because I'm going to stop talking about that every single time I do this. Instead, we're just going to join the server. It's a public server. You can play as well. As you can see, there's actually already some people here, so maybe we'll see some of them there. And while I was gone, some of them moved the path forward, which is awesome because, to be honest, I just wanted to explore the path a little bit more and then run around until I feel like doing something in this dangerous Valheim world. So I'm quite happy because now I can do exactly what I wanted to do earlier. Where am I? Ah, yes, the power went out. So in the previous episode, I worked very, very hard to get some core wood. And then I died because the power went out. No, the power didn't go out. The stream died. I didn't die. The stream died because the power went out. There we go. Now I remember this diverger showed up after I went through absolutely everything. And they could have shown up earlier and saved me, but they didn't. Instead, they showed up later. What's up, Jake? Oh, it's good to see you here. It's actually really cool that people have been, like, actually playing. Because to be honest, for me, Valheim is like, even vanilla Valheim, if there's like one or two people on a server, it's fun. There's something about people being online, you know what I mean? That just makes the experience quite joyful. So, what happened here? Oh no! Are you serious? Because my computer died, my character never saved. So I lost the core wood from all of that drama earlier. I just realized that's what happened. Well, that's fine, because now we have this Verger buddy over here. And I'm going to just shamelessly let this Verger carry me into the fine wood era. He'll protect me. One of the things I'm going to try and do on this playthrough is treat it less like it's a playthrough that I'm going through, and more like it's a world to just have an adventure in. Does that make sense? Because if I try and make like a playthrough, it works well in the beginning, but then later there's problems, right? Whereas if each episode is sort of like its own adventure, right? I have a feeling that'll work better for the long run of this channel. Oh, they killed my Verger? Really? Oh, I actually thought he was just gonna carry me this whole time. I didn't realize that I was gonna get myself right back into this situation, so I'm just gonna run away. But what I was saying is that I'm gonna get ganked if I try and talk. 1 second. Dodge these rocks. Okay, put my weapon away. It's raining, right? So I basically can't run because I'm wet and cold, and it's Valheim, right? So I learned my lesson. I tried to go up there last time and I died. So now I'm just gonna run away. Hello, teens. Hello, Jake, and hello everyone else. Welcome, welcome. Okay. I think I'm safe enough now. I know what to do. So what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by all of these freaks, these woody freaks, was that for the context of the live stream over time, probably what's going to be better is each time I play, I sort of go on an adventure to do something in particular. And maybe it doesn't even make sense from a progression perspective, but I have a feeling that'll be more enjoyable for people as well, because then I've been paying attention to when people interact and when more people watch and when people talk and that kind of thing. And it seems that if I'm just like exploring the world and crazy stuff is happening, it's interesting. Like that alone is pretty much enough. So if I'm just doing like very basic Valheim progression, maybe it's a little bit boring, right? But if I do some crazy stuff and explore and, you know, almost die, then it's fun. But that's the trick, right? Almost dying I'm better at actually dying. But here we go. I have a new strategy now. I'm gonna lose these woody guys. All I gotta do is jump in that boat, and then I'm gonna sail over and get some core wood again. My strategy now is to get some core wood, and then I think Index continued one of the paths. So I'm just gonna keep exploring down the path, and eventually I'm gonna find a spot that feels right. And I'll figure out what to do. But for now, I'm just gonna go over here. Do my best here. Yeah, it's not Valheim unless you get in the boat and the wind is going against you. That's really what makes it sailing, right? These are normal boats too, so... Oh, actually, no, the wind's not even going against me. It was just going against me for a moment, but now, I'll be there in a jiffy. I'm just trying to get some core wood, and I'm realizing that if I take this boat and go grab the core wood, I'm probably more likely to survive than if I just YOLO and try and run back with all those gray dwarves chasing me. Jake says, the first thing I need is good armor. You're right. That would be smart, but I'm on a mission to find my outfit from YouTube, which has no armor, so... the logic and reason might not find their place here. We'll see, though. Look at this dock. This is a perfect dock. It's in perfect condition. I'm just gonna... Here we go. Yeah, there we are. Look at that parking job. This fate. Gotta get that thistle. Okay. First things first, I'm gonna get up here and get a rested buff. Maybe if I was smart, I would even make a hammer. Oh, wait. Yeah, I installed Azu's anti-arithric or AAA crafting mod, so now I gotta learn how that works. All these darn gray dwarves. One second. They're gonna kill me. I'm gonna get up into safety where I can get a rested buff instead of running around wet like a fool. I just gotta not get killed by those stray rocks. There's something really enjoyable for me personally about just like chilling in a destroyed base. I don't know what's wrong with me, why I'm like that, but I need some stone. I threw all of that stone. Yeah, you're right. I threw all that stone over here earlier. Jake says, good armor, weak weapons equals cool combat clips. Yeah. That's a whole other world, right? Doing all the clips and everything and editing and oof. Honestly, I definitely will hire an editor someday once I have enough money to do that. I can tell how, like, what I really enjoy is, like, recording and doing the people stuff. And I like editing, but I just, like, I want to make stuff and get it out and keep going. I can't, like, sit on a video for weeks and edit it the way a lot of people do. So I understand that basically at some point my content would get a lot better if I actually, like, work with an editor and I focus on what I'm good at. Makes sense? But I still need to grow the YouTube channel, to be honest. YouTube's been such a weird thing for me, because when I first started YouTube, it went really well for me, and then I proceeded to not have as much luck for like a decade. So I know what it's like when things are working, but for a long time before, for various reasons... Why can I see all this stuff? I have all the colors. Do I have, like... Why can I just... build things here? What's going on here? Do I have dev mode on? I must have logged into my dev profile. One second. Let me fix this. I can't be playing with dev mode. I hate that. That was completely by accident. I definitely didn't mean to do that. Give me a moment here. Hello, Smoothitis. Welcome. Welcome. Valheim will show up again in a moment here. Actually, I just needed to turn off server dev commands. Yeah, I forgot to untoggle it because I was doing dev stuff earlier. Okay. All is good. All is good. I was gonna say that menu looks too colorful. I was like, damn. Did AAA crafting make all the icons show their colors when I don't have the material? No, I'm just a fool. If you've ever gotten into dev work, I strongly recommend you separate your characters. Strongly recommend that. What I've found is that when I'm deving, it's like a completely different headspace, right? Like you can fly around, you just make whatever you imagine immediately. You don't have to worry about it. It's a different game. You're basically playing a different game. So it's important not to mix your dev character with your normal gameplay character. Just a word of advice if you're ever doing that. I'm always shocked when I see other server managers who develop things and they don't separate their characters, and it's like, how do you play normally with dev mode on? Like I don't get that to be honest. Like literally in my head, if I have dev mode on, I'm in like God mode and I can do anything. Whereas when I'm not, I'm immortal, and that's when I can actually have more fun and play the game. Like, because dev mode breaks everything. Like, it breaks all the gameplay loops. If you ever had that experience, like, that's what happens if you use it to cheat or you try and play normal Valheim. I had an experience like that with the game Morrowind when I was a little kid. But basically, because of the way video games work and naivete and all of that, it's easy to think that if you just get powerful stuff because you like getting powerful stuff, it'll be really fun. But you find in that situation where you have all the power that it becomes completely meaningless and the world just almost falls apart like immediately. To be honest, that was actually a formative experience for me. I have strong memories of playing Morrowind and loving it. I played so much. I was playing normally. I played over a whole summer break. And that was like the first time I really got into an RPG video game that wasn't an MMO. I think a lot of people have that experience with their first Elder Scrolls game. You know what I mean? But then after that, at some point, I enabled the console. I was like 12. I don't remember how old I was. And I made my character really powerful, and I made this spell that you shoot an arrow and then it just like kills every single monster in like 100-meter range. It's like a big city destroying bomb spell, and it was really fun, and I loved doing that. It was very thrilling, and then boom, pop, immersion totally broken. And even as a little kid, I noticed that, and I was like, wow, I completely ruined the game I was loving by using these commands, right? So I think like that's why Iron Gate sort of has that mentality. You know what I mean? It makes sense. The thing is, once you start developing, then it doesn't matter anymore because the dev mode stuff is only bad when you're playing normally and using dev mode. When you're actually developing mechanics and features, oof. Dev mode's awesome. It's really, really fun. It can be really therapeutic. It's a good time. Really a good time. Alright. 1 Grey Dwarf. Are you afraid of fire? Huh. I guess it's just the brutes that aren't afraid of fire. I pulled some fire out earlier thinking it would help me, and they just kept chasing me. Yeah, you're gonna throw the rock. I know you throw that rock, but this is reasonable. I think I can handle one Grey Dwarf. Maybe I should kill him. What do you think? I'll just leave him be. It's fine. He's just doing his job, protecting the forest. Nothing wrong with that. Gonna get this fine wood bow. I swear. It is pretty funny, actually, that after I finally got it, after all that work, the power goes out. And it wasn't even like a power outage, if that makes sense. Like it wasn't from weather or anything like that. It was totally sunny, fully clear skies. Everything was great. But, oof, oh, he almost got me there. Wow, I'm surprised that rock didn't kill me, actually. 2-star monsters are gnarly. But it turned out that Yeah, there was like a 3-hour maintenance yesterday, so like there was no way I was coming back. Oh god, those rocks. I've died to those rocks enough time that I fear them. They put the fear of Odin in me or whatever that is. Did I get enough core wood? I got 3. I got 3 core wood. that's I've just been running around feeling smug, like I like I have everything I needed, and I do not have everything I needed, but I did get a bunch of wood. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna put all the heavy stuff in here, and then I'm just gonna toss all this stuff in the ocean. Oh, this guy's got a plan. I'm just gonna toss all this stuff in the ocean. Hey, watch out with those rocks, my friend. Hey, wait, the boar jerky. No, not the jerky. Ah, whatever. All right, I got this. Gotta focus. Core wood, core wood. Hey, Norson Wells, welcome. What's up? How you doing? Norson Wells says, "Oh wow, it's running so smooth." Hey, is that oh, is the stream running smooth? That's good, actually. Yeah, earlier this year, I basically practiced live streaming, and I found out I can't really live stream. Or, at the time I couldn't. But then, we got better internet, and I broke my computer and got a much better computer on a credit card. So now I can live stream. And I can play Valheim in, like, max settings and everything. Now, it's funny how many thousands and thousands of hours, probably like 100,000 hours in my life I've spent looking at a computer screen. And, I'm always kind of... I just make the best out of what I have. And if I don't have enough, I just keep going without having enough. Even when I can get the thing I need. I've noticed that I have that habit. So sometimes I need life to sort of do something crazy, like make me spill my tea all over myself. Hey, it's Hal. What's up, Hal? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm. Oh God, a bear. All right, you look like you got that stuff. I'm gonna help you with my torch. I'm gonna keep these gray dwarves at bay. What's this guy's problem? This is the first time I've seen a bear organically. Are you gonna destroy my... Whoa! Okay, okay, calm down, mister. Calm down. Well, there's a lot of core wood on the ground now. Are you gonna... Oh, lunging? Oh, I don't like that lunge. I don't like that lunge. I haven't watched his attacks very much, so I don't actually know how to avoid this guy. Where'd Hal go? It's funny, Hal showed up and I was like, he's gonna save me. Now I'm being chased by a bear. You want to get in the boat? Maybe we should get in this boat. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, no! Oh, I got saved by the hill. It's so weird to not have, like, a weapon that does anything. Oh, yeah! Yeah. We got this bear. We got this guy. Maybe I should focus on the grayling. Come on, give me a bubble. You can do it. Oh, no, he won't give me a bubble because I got the torch. It's alright. I'm going to get a bubble from this guy. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Now we can work on the bear. Uh-oh. Ah! Okay, as long as we just... You can like... As long as you focus, basically, you can use the fact that the bubble, when it breaks, it will stun everything nearby. And so you can use that to basically, like, indefinitely tank stuff you shouldn't be able to tank. Which is, like, how I'm still alive, even though I have no health. The first step is gonna be to get some food. Yeah! Oh, we got this bear. I'm gonna use the teensy trick. Oh wait, no, I don't have a bubble shield anymore. No, okay. You got this bear. Yeah, you got this bear. Hiya! Hiya! My 11 damage. Yeah, good job. Hey. Oops. That was actually pretty cool, to be honest. I like the bears. That was a very that was my first organic bear experience. I'm gonna pick up his. Even dropped a bear. Oh no, I thought it was a bear trophy. Bear pull. I see. I see. Well, I got 50 core wood. I'm happy. I guess 1 second. I'll join the Discord live streaming chat. So if anyone who's in game wants to actually not have to deal with the lag. Thank you. Nice. There we go. Yeah, so if any of you, if you actually play on the server, then you'll notice that when I live stream, you hear me like later, and it's very confusing if you are playing nearby like Hal is. So, perfect. Are you ready for an adventure? We could go on an adventure. But this is a slow boat. Nah, I won't do that. We can just go back to where we were. I won't be a fool. I'll wait to sail around foolishly until someone has a better reason. You're more ready than I am, Hal. You saved the day there. I got 50 core wood. You got 14. We're gonna make a fine wood bow. It's gonna be great. That was my first successful sailing adventure. Let's see. Fishmaster is here, and Jake, and Norson Wells, and Smoothitis. Welcome, everybody. It's so cool to see all you playing. I'm also happy that I'm able to play near Hal and not have things go too crazy. Ooh, there's a cool house over there. That's new. Look at all these cargo crates. I see 3 of them. It makes me wonder, like, are any of these... Oh yeah, that's right, you're in. I forgot that when you jump out of a boat, if someone's still in it, it just keeps sailing. Totally forgot about that. Alright, alright. Oh, Mr. Neck. I can survive a hit, right? I can totally survive a hit. He's being a little bit floaty, but it's okay. I still got my bubble shield. Come on, Mr. Floaty Neck. Yeah, there we go. I got him. Yeah. Alright. I'll get that neck trophy one day, I swear. For now, I'm gonna get this core wood. I don't know why I parked the boat here. Teensy says Troll Cave. Yeah, that's a good idea. I haven't actually done the palm maintenance yet. It took me so long. I was up till 5 a.m. updating Enigma Mode because I patched Slayer and now that's a thing. And I was doing all that stuff. And I didn't get around to doing the... There's like some little maintenance tasks I need to do. Hey, it's One Step. Hello. I don't have anything to give you. Here you go. You can have some arrows. Look at all these cargo crates everywhere. What are these things? Ah, these are drops. It's just funny. I feel like these weren't all here before. Maybe someone's... Oh, whoa. Okay, yeah, someone's using epic loot. Epic loot has a funny... Oh, no. This is a cart that was destroyed, actually. No. Yeah, this is a destroyed cart, I think. Or maybe... It's hard to tell. But the Epic Loot has this interaction with the server where it... Epic Loot will trigger the item drop, and then Path of Magic will respond to the item drop by rolling its loot table. So if you play with epic loot, and it's set up a certain way, it'll basically make it so there's just like 100 times the amount of drops as normal. Which is fine. I don't really mind if other people are doing that. It's just something to know about. It's I don't know if you'd call that a conflict or if it's... Epic loot in general is kind of over the top for me in the default. Whenever I played with epic loot, I had to tone it down. Because it very much is like Diablo-esque. Every monster just pours forth with loot, right? Which is, you know, it's a cool thing. It's just kind of funny on Palm because there's basically a built-in epic loot system. So when you use epic loot and you play on Palm, it basically amplifies everything. Now, I'm going to take a moment because this is actually the first time I've used this new setup. And I see that this mod has actually changed since I used it last. I like it. I was confused at first. Before, it still had the scroll bar thing, whereas now, you can just click on the icon, right? I dig that. I had a feeling earlier, I was like, oh god, Valheim has so many items to craft. I used to be kind of bothered scrolling through all the menus over and over again. Yeah, it's nice, right? So if you want, by the way, Norsen, this is... I think it's called AAA Crafting by Azamat. He updated it like 2 or 3 days ago. And it's cool too because it shows like these are recipes I've unlocked, but I don't have the stuff to build them, right? So I can easily tell, all right, I have the things to build all of these. And I also use the crafty chests. I honestly can't play Valheim without that. Maybe that's why I don't really care that much about the inventory management problem. But for me personally, I don't really like Valheim when you have to get everything out of the chests and put it in your inventory to know what you can make. I just don't like it. I definitely prefer it when there's a bunch of chests and you can just like look at a workbench and it looks at all the stuff nearby and then you can just make stuff based on that, right? Mostly harmless unless you're very persistent. That's funny. Let's see. So first things first, my fine wood bow. And look at that. We also can make some fire arrows now. That's a huge game changer, to be honest. The difference between like not being able to fight and having explosive AoE fire arrows is pretty extreme. How long? I should set a timer. 1 second. I'm gonna set a timer. Yeah, you can't see my timer. It's okay, I'll tell you. I'm setting a timer because I know at some point I'm going to kill myself with these fire arrows by mistake. So, how long after I start does that happen? We'll see. Alright, 1 second, 2 seconds. Nice, timer's running. Let's craft our fire arrows and let's see, it shows me the maximum. That's cool. And I can pick how many I want to make. So I want to make 100. Okay. Oh, that's nice. I love that I can just stretch. Games that allow you to stretch while you're crafting. Good stuff. Good stuff. I dig it. I dig it. All right. We got some fire arrows. I'm gonna go give what's his face some fire arrows. Maybe that's a bad idea. Yeah. You know, it's funny. The fire arrows. The server didn't used to have them, actually. Here you go, Hal. Now you have more. Congrats. I'll be right back. The server didn't used to have the fire arrows exploding. And then I added it, but only later on in the game, and it was like that for a long time. So, like, in the meadows, there's no explosions, but then when you go to, you know, the Black Forest or whatever, there's explosions. But to be honest, I found that Enigma Mode in general was just kind of too hard for new players unless they have some sort of like superpowers. Here we go. More arrows for you, 1 step. I hope that I didn't curse 1 step. But we found that with the fire arrows in the game, um, it it makes it easier for new players to approach the harder difficulty stuff. Really. And I found that that made it better, to be honest. So that's why the fire arrows are explosive and super powerful. Because before, without them, the beginning of Enigma Mode is just kind of... It's very hardcore. Hey! I like this little arch thing. That's cool. Okay. So, what's the plan here? We got the fine wood bow. I got some arrows. I made fire arrows and then gave them away to other people. So, I guess I'll make some more fire arrows for myself. It would be... Maybe I should make it so that the game calls you out if you die from a fire arrow exploding. That would be kind of funny. One second. I need my little notepad. Notepad. Here we go. Okay. I always have this little notepad when I'm playing, and then that way I get organic ideas that come from gameplay. And I've found that organic ideas are the best. You should always listen to the ideas that happen while you're doing something, while you're playing, while you're watching someone else play. Those ideas, they work really well. Okay. So the thing we want to add is make it so that when the player accidentally kills themselves with fire arrows, the server says that they did that, so everyone else knows. There we go. I love that kind of stuff, to be honest. If you notice, the server in Enigma is like, it's very chatty and it talks a lot, and it's basically like telling everybody what's happening. It's pretty cool. All right. Now, that's nice. I kind of feel like maybe I should organize what I fucked up earlier. But it looks like here's some food. I got this new extra slots mod, so bear with me a minute here because again, I've been in development mode, so I have to like sort of relearn all of the things that I used to know. Okay, so the extra slots mod, it shows the stuff when you have it equipped. You get these kind of quick slot things, some extra slots for that, and it allows you to take some of your food out of your inventory. So it basically gives you the inventory space that would normally go to your arrows, your food, and then some extra items. Yeah, I could dig that, to be honest. I think that's pretty solid. Alright. Well, let's see if I can upgrade my thing here. See. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we got some flint, so now we can do... Oh no, someone already did it. Hey. I like this spot, by the way, Hal. It's nice. Quaint. It's got that nice octagon. I don't know. Is this an octagon? A pentagon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it is an octagon. Huh. Cool. Alright. We're gonna go to upgrade, and I want to upgrade my fine wood bow. But in order to do that, I need to get some deer hide. So I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna go find a deer, and I'm gonna blow it up. That's my plan. Alright. You know, they say that you're supposed to rest at night. But, I found the game's more interesting if you don't. At some point, I want to work on, like, different mechanics and stuff that can only happen at night. To, like, give players more reason to go out at night and that kind of thing. But for now, I haven't done anything like that. EWP has a really nice little feature that I've never used. where in one line you can say, you can check if it's nighttime, and then the entry will fail if it's not nighttime. So, oh yeah, you want to go, Mr. Boar? Let's go. Whoa, 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 he's so zippy. Yeah, all right. I can tell that I'm in a chunk with others. It's okay, though. It's okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, that worked? I got lucky. Gotta hunt explosively. More enjoyable. I'm gonna find a deer eventually. I wonder if do the explosions make noise? Or is it only when they burn something and it falls that indirectly makes noise? Huh. Fishmaster says he's died. They've died 7 times to their own arrows. Honestly, that's pretty good. Just watch me fail to catch deer, even when the arrows are explosive. Oh, did I hit something? Odin! Little devil. Hey, he gave me improved archery! Wow, that is the most helpful Odin buff I've ever got. Oh, okay. Now, here's a little tip for you. If you shoot a fire arrow and it hits the ground, it doesn't explode immediately. So you can basically make, like, mines. They're like timed mines. The timing is a bit weird, though, as you can tell. It's not always the same because it's affected by your server latency and the amount of other players around you and all that stuff. So what you can do is just, like, shoot the floor in front of you. And then this is usually what I do when I'm in, like, a laggy situation. Because that way the monsters will just run where you were, and then the arrow will blow up. It works out pretty well. However, if you shoot the monster and you hit them directly, you have to be careful because you won't get that delayed explosion. Instead, it will explode instantly. So if I actually manage to hit him... Okay, in that case... Yeah, in that case, it didn't happen. It was because the world was saving, right? But if I do it right now, it'll probably be instant if I actually hit him. Oh, God. Aha! Okay. Yeah, there we go. See how it's faster? That's what happens when you actually land the fire arrow attack. Although, sometimes... I think Index said he just shot an arrow in front of him and it exploded, like, immediately. So we don't know how that happened. Maybe a bird or something like flew in front of him and took the arrow. That would do it. I feel much better equipped now. I can just do this thing. Shoot the ground, run away, and then they get messed up. All good. All good. All right. So we got our fine wood bow. I'm looking for some deer because I want to upgrade this fine wood bow. And then, yeah, I think the others are right. I could use some armor. But I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to live my pantless life out in peace. God damn, did they do like a raycast with the deer? I've always wondered that. I swear, the deer seems to like run away from where you're aiming. Is that in my head? Or is that actually a thing? Ooh, yeah, look at this. Nothing like hunting with explosions. Oh, I missed. It's the going from the fine wood bow to the crude bow is always a always a hilarious. Smoothitis says, maybe when you die to your own arrow, the death message could say you were killed by whatever the arrow hits. Yeah, that's definitely possible. You can basically poke anything and blame it. So currently we can't know what landed the finishing blow on the player, like what took away the last of their health. But we can know what the closest creature to them was at the moment they died. Oh my god. Sorry. Jimmy was killed by a bird. Yeah, that would be pretty that would be hilarious. Oh yeah, look at that. All right. Doing this explosive deer hunting here. I don't know what it is about shooting the deer, but this has actually always been something that I've enjoyed in Valheim. I don't really know why. But even just like running around for an hour or two and just like shooting some stuff with the bow and leveling up your bow skill, that's definitely something. I'm sorry. I know that I'm laughing at the same thing over and over again. But it's just funny. There's something about shooting distant targets that I guess it's like fun, right? Because you can miss, and I don't really have fun missing the enemy as it runs away from me. But I do have fun trying to shoot enemies that are far away. That's pretty cool. Yeah, and if you're wondering, the explosions don't destroy the trees. Because if you allow the fire arrow explosions to destroy the trees, there are no more trees. Makes sense? Boom! I love these fire arrows. Okay, okay. I see why the other players were more tolerant of the world as soon as I put these in. Yeah, Smoothitis says, it's a relaxing mini-game within the game. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Why did that diverger just... You saw that, right? He just went down this staircase. I'm not tripping. Like, he ran down the staircase. What's he doing? Ah, he's chasing deer. He's doing what I'm doing. Maybe we should hang out. Better to hunt together, you know? But damn, he's a good shot. What? Just a bee. Wait, that script works? Oh man, I've made so many scripts that sometimes I don't even like really mess with them that much, so I find them later, and one of the scripts makes the beehives that players build run away and they move into the trees, right? So either a player built this beehive here, or this bee... Thank you. Guardian living up to his name, wow. Or this beehive actually moved here on its own accord, which is really hilarious. Ah, yeah, honey's a really good food early on. I forgot about that. Oh, I'm glad Bayside's doing the Charred Fortress. I spent like 2 weeks working on the Charred Fortress script, and I had a lot of fun with that. So at some point we'll be doing a bunch of crazy stuff. But for now, I'm probably just gonna kind of explore a little bit here. Look at that diverger. Hello! It's so funny. Alright. There is this Enigma path, and it now keeps going. So, once I'm ready, which it looks like all I need to be ready is I need a fine wood bow, I need some fire arrows, and I need some food. As long as I have that, I'll be... This place looks so cozy. Nice. I don't know how I can help, so I'm just gonna keep putting stuff in chests. Maybe someone will need something at some point. But let's see. First off, Teensy taught me you have to shut the door. Otherwise, the goblins kill you. Whoa, I can favorite something? Interesting. Alright. I guess I should favorite the fire arrows, right? Alright. Now, what I want to do is I want to upgrade my fine wood bow. Nice, nice. Okay. Can upgrade it. That's cool. Wow, I was able to upgrade it twice. Fancy. Where's the... Where's the tanning rack? Oh, it must be outside. Hey, the Diverger's here? It's almost like he was following us. It's pretty funny. I've been meaning to give the Diverger more intention. Ah, that's where it is. Well hidden. I've been meaning to give the Diverger more intentions. Because I found that a lot of interesting stuff happens. Even if you just make a monster just wander from like point A to point B. It like gives this impression that something is going on, basically, and they have like intentions and missions. But for now, I'm not gonna worry about it. I think what I can do is I can find something I can sell. I just need like 100 coins. Let's see. Great ore fire. I think I can sell these. Yeah, I'm gonna show you a mechanic. So you can change the spawn spot of any Diverger. And if you change its spawn spot, that's basically its home location. So we're gonna make that Diverger that has been running around, we're gonna make him live right here. This is gonna be his little spot right here, okay? So just to add some humor to the situation, let's all right, I need a hoe. There we go. Make our hoe. I'm gonna make him a little spot. You don't have to make him a little spot, but I feel like he needs like a little bench or something. Let's pave the ground a little bit here. Not pave it. Can make a little dust spot here. Got that little fire there. There we go. Can fill it up with some fuel. Nice, nice. And then we need a little bench. Here's a little stool. What was that? Someone shooting fire arrows? I just saw an explosion. Where'd that explosion come from? You do have to be a little careful because you can kill yourself and other people with fire arrows. So anytime I see an explosion, I'm like, The staircase is invincible, but apparently it is flammable, which is pretty funny. I'm not going to fix that. I actually like seeing things burn. It's kind of amusing. I bet none of you are surprised by that. But to get the Diverger to change their spawn spot, you have to bribe them with 99 coins. In order to do that, I need 99 coins. And also, I need to find the Diverger. Where did he go? Mr. Diverger. He was running around. They end up going on quite the adventure, to be honest. Like, once you add mechanics that make it so they can change their spawn spot, they like move around and stuff. But I don't think that should have happened to this guy because... Wait, I heard him. Where is he? I heard him. They change their spawn spots when they're around players' bases and there's coin piles there. So as long as no one has a coin pile near... Oh! Oh, he's right there! Oh! Huh! Okay, I get it. I get it. He was above me. That's why I could hear him. So we're gonna go over here. So Bayside, one second, I'll explain. Hades Bayside is doing the charred fortresses, and there's a lot of changes to charred fortresses here, so they're way more challenging. You can't just like easily build into them or over them, etc. All their mechanics rely on the altar being altar in the center. You have to destroy the center altar, and then they can't heal anymore. If you don't destroy the altar, the whole thing will regenerate eventually. The altar is the thing inside the fort in the center that makes the big green light. When you destroy it, the big green light goes away. Easiest way is probably from a lot of siege bombs after destroying the shield. You need the explosive damage from the siege weapons. You could also use molten cores if you have those. They are an explosive entry device. If thrown in a full stack at a charred fort. Staff of Embers won't break the fort. You need something stronger. That just kills the mobs, but they come back until you have beaten the altar. Okay, cool. There we go. Yeah, Smoothitis, you got it. You knew what was going on, right? Like, I'm actually kind of... Apparently this is his spawn spot. This is his home spot. But, like, how did this become his home spot? I'm not sure. Because these things spawn from monsters. So I don't know how he got up here. One moment. All right. I was dealing with that, but I'll stop chatting and now I'll get back to what I was doing. All right, so I was going to show you all how you can move the diverger around, right? So to do that, we need to build a coin pile, but I don't have any money yet, so I can't build a coin pile. But I do have these. I have Great War Thighs, so if we sell him 50, we get 100 coins. Perfect, because I have 50. There we go. I got 100 coins. So now I can build this coin stack. And that's going to lure the diverger. And then in theory, he's going to walk all the way over there. Over here. Down the stairs. And then to our little spot that we made. Although I'm realizing now he's going to burn himself alive on this fire. So I should probably make it a little friendlier. I saw someone, yeah, there's a stone cutter right here. I'm just gonna borrow this for a moment. Don't mind me. It's gonna make this a little bit closer for a bit so I can make a more friendly fire pit. All I need to do is block the diverger from walking into it. So probably just a very basic thing will be fine. Maybe something like that. I don't know, actually, that might put the fire out. I guess we'll see. Either put the fire out or make it so that the diverger can't even walk on it. I messed an angle up. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. I'm gonna act like it's on purpose. Alright, good enough. Now, does that stop the diverger? No. Oh, I know what I can do now. I can just flatten the ground a little bit. Oops. There we go. Now, as long as I can't walk up into it, then the diverger is going to be safe. So, now what we need is we place our little coin pile right here. And now, the diverger is going to notice this guy at some point. And he's going to come down and try and get it. But I think he needs to fight. I'm trying to remember what makes the diverger notice. I think it's when they attack an enemy. Or maybe it's when they move. I don't actually remember, but I got some copper here. I'll just toss it in here. I have 1 coin. 1 coin, hooray! So what we're gonna do is put all this away. Eat some more food. Now the Diverger is up there still, right? He didn't come down. I might just be able to push him around, and that'll make him do it. Let's see. No, no, Hal. I don't need any coins. I already got the coins I needed. But I'm trying to remember what makes the Diverger. Yeah, I think he has to like attack an enemy, and then it'll notice the coin pile. Luckily, I can move him around and he won't think I'm an enemy. Pretty funny. I hear a deer somewhere, so I'm trying to get him to, like, chase a monster. Pretty funny. Hey, there we go. Yeah, he hears something. Alright, let's see. Let's see if this works. Yeesh! Oof! Wow. Sometimes the things you see. Wow. That was pretty cool. Does that change their spawn spot? I wonder. Huh. Yeah, that could explain how we ended up there, actually. Maybe when they teleport like that, that changes their new home to where they teleported to. That would explain why they end up in such weird places that I don't fully understand. But that Diverger, yeah, that must be it, because he's just chilling there. Like, he's not moving. Oh, wait. Nah, he's just chilling. It's so funny. I've never seen another player walk up to a Diverger and trade with them. Looks pretty cool. Oh, yeah, you're smart. Making better arrows. He's just chilling there. Maybe if I get him to come closer here. I could just look at the script, actually. Why don't I just see what he does? Let's see. Sublime text. Yeah. Because I have a vague feeling like maybe I disabled that behavior when they're close to the meadows. Sounds kind of similar. Let's see. Look for the attractor. Now I need the Diverger attractor. Ah, yeah. Steel. Yeah, because it should go like, oh, that Diverger's eyeing that coin pile. Something like that. Eyeing the... Longs for, that's what it is. Longs for the coin pile near... Yearns for? Yearns for. Longs for... Yeah, there it is. Here we go. Longs for the stack of coins near that player. Okay. Wait. Where'd he go? Ah, there he is. Okay. I thought I lost him. Alright, so let's see. How does this work? Beginning of logic. Treasure stack. Create. Oh. I see. So this guy probably already has his spawn spot changed. So now he's not eligible anymore until he forgets and eventually redoes it. So I could try actually just remaking these. If it's eligible, we'll get a laugh, but there is no laugh, even though there was one earlier. So let me get a little bit closer just to make sure. Oh. Oh no, he did see it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I placed the coin pile, and you saw that interaction, right? He, like, noticed it, right? And if we were to let him... He should, like, try and come closer. I don't remember exactly how it works, though, and there's some kind of weirdness to the system, so I might just leave it over here. Yeah, I see. So he's more than the distance away, so it's not eligible. What I'll do is I'll remake the script so that they look a lot further. 1 second, I'm just writing that down. Make the diverger coin pile laboring have further range. Okay. Awesome. Alright, that's done. I guess I'll just leave these coin piles here. And got some food. Let's see, there's too many people playing to sleep. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that. So I guess it's time to get a rested buff and then explore. Maybe Hal will come with us. That was funny. Ooh, smart. Nice. I was about to try and make some of those. Are you saying my honey isn't good enough? Someday I'm gonna get a haircut, I'm gonna find a pointy hat, and I'm gonna get Fenring pants. That's the plan. For now, I've got a rested buff. And I'm gonna go explore. Hooray! Now, I have a strong desire to go somewhere dangerous and try and survive. So, I should probably bring a little bit of wood with me. You know, because my inventory isn't totally full, and I don't know, it's like, I'm not really playing Valheim unless my inventory is all full and I can't carry anything, you know what I'm saying? That's probably good. Just gets a little bit of wood there. Alright. Time to go. Hey! Oh, it's so cool seeing the server active, everybody. Definitely, good times, good times. I'm so grateful to all of you for playing. It's very lucky for me, personally, that I can work on things and I can develop stuff, and there's people who will try it and play it. Because that is something that's hard to get. It's unusual. What I've noticed is that what often happens with scripts, especially when other people are making scripts, is they put a lot of work into things, but not that many people end up actually playing it, or the script was developed without people playing it. Does that make sense? And at first I was like, why do they do that? Why do they develop stuff without having people use it? But I understand now. It's actually challenging to get people to regularly want to test the scripts that you're making, because for that to happen, I mean, your scripts change things, so they have to be okay with the fact that you're changing the game they're playing and getting into. And that means they have to trust you, you know? And I think it's just in general something that people seem to struggle with a little bit. Definitely not something that is very common. So I am very grateful to all of you for playing and trying it out and giving me this luxury of, like, yeah, I can just play, and I can spend like a week or two working on a mechanic and know that, like, people are going to try it and I'm going to have feedback within like 2 days. And that's super lucky. Like, it's really, really lucky. I couldn't develop the way I do without the fact that people are playing on the server. Because it gives me ideas, I get feedback, and to be honest, I mean, like, I use the players, like, I don't mean in a bad way, but if something would take me an hour to figure out myself, or I could just toss it on the server in 5 minutes and then see what they do, I'm just going to toss it on the server and see what happens. And that's like a great way to learn, you know what I mean? Look at that charred fort just chilling there. I realize I'm actually on the wrong path. This is not the one I wanted to walk down. I wanted to start a new path, but I went down this one. But it's okay, because I didn't have 999 coins yet, so it didn't really matter. So I'm just going to keep exploring here, and I don't even know where this goes, so if we're lucky, I can get lost. And that I'm amused by the fact that the fort, it looks almost peaceful. You know, I don't see any enemies or monsters. There's no shield up. It's just peacefully chilling there. I personally know better. And I'm pretty sure that's just because the fort's pieces load further out than everything else. So I'm pretty sure as soon as you got close to that fort, all the monsters would show up and they'd launch their shield and it would then start shooting you with a machine gun, basically. So I know better than to fall for that trick. But it is kind of cool how it was just chilling there, lurking. I remember this path now, actually. Yeah, this is the one that like goes over a super long stretch of ocean, which is perfect because that means it puts me somewhere I'm not used to playing, which is great. I really enjoy it when if I know I could get a little bit lost, I have more fun. Like, genuinely, it's more interesting. And this is basically the way I'm trying to answer the sailing problem. I know that people really love sailing in Valheim. I enjoy moments of sailing. There are certain things about sailing that I really, really love. I also can't get over how dumb my character's face looks. Like, something about his mouth. He, like, has that, like, it just shows a little bit of his teeth or something. It's, like, kind of funny. But anyway, my point was that sailing in normal Valheim, to me, it's out of balance. It's too... there's too many situations where the player is just sitting in a boat for hours and they don't really want to. They just want it to sail for 10 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever. But it's like an in real life sailing simulator where you don't have the wind and that kind of thing. And for me personally, I didn't find that relaxing. I didn't find that enjoyable. You know, with these paths, you can just run down the path. You could like listen to music or something, or you could just kind of like go AFK for a bit. And you're not going to like die, you know what I mean? Like, I actually designed it on purpose that way. That's why we made it so that you can't easily just run off. Like, you still can, don't get me wrong. If it goes up and down in just the right way at the right angle, then you can run off of the path. But I found that this experience, it just seemed to be more enjoyable for me. And I know that, like, okay, how is running down a path across an ocean for 20 minutes, how is that better than sailing, right? And I don't know what to tell you. I think it's because sailing, you have to focus, right? And it puts a dynamic where one player is the one who has to focus and all the other people are just sitting there. There's something about that dynamic that isn't as relaxing. Whereas when you can just like auto walk and run forward, like I can stretch and I can chat. It's okay, you know. Like it's a nice little break. I really prefer that personally, and it's also something I've noticed just regarding game development in general. But I guess it's kind of like the crafting thing, to be honest. Like, because if you think about it, normally, like, let's say I wanted to make 100 fire arrows. I would have to craft 20 fire arrows 5 times. That means that I have to be there and I have to focus on, okay, it finished, click again, it finished, click again, it finished, click again. That may sound very simple, but I see now that it isn't actually very simple, and it puts a lot of cognitive effort onto the player, where they have to constantly just be like, okay, wait for it to finish, click again. Ah, yeah, wait for it to finish, click again. Ah, yeah, wait for it to finish, click again. You know what I mean? It's like, it does something to the mind. Whereas now, I'm just running down this path. Sometimes I run out of stamina. It's no biggie, you know what I mean? Like, I got improved archery. I'm gonna be alright. Got nothing to worry about. Got this cup of tea. Sour milk. Alright. There's another point I was gonna make. Yeah, I'm actually surprised by how long. This is one of the longest ocean paths I've seen. I ran so many of these paths to make Enigma. Holy smokes. I think I've run to the edge like maybe like 30 times, something like that. And normally they don't have lots and lots and lots and lots of ocean, but it does happen. And also because of the way the path curves, sometimes it like curves perfectly into where the ocean is going, right? So you end up with like a trip that would be a lot easier on a boat. And I guess if you think about it, you can sail under the path. So really all this does is give the boat, it's like a way that you can follow the path and then not get lost, you know? So it's not like that's what I was trying to get at earlier. I'm not trying to say that Valheim, that sailing is bad. I think sailing in Valheim is an important part of the game. It's just out of balance. And what I've found is that in game development, a lot of game designers, they try and force players to do things in a way that I don't want to say it's disrespectful, but it's just not as effective as getting the player to want to do something. Like, if the player wants to do the thing because it's fun, it's going to work just a lot better than if the player is doing it because they feel forced by the mechanics. And for me, that's how I feel about sailing. I want sailing to be something that is really fun and people can do when they want to sail. But if they want to never sail, it's okay. You know, they can do that. They don't have to sail. That's how I feel it should be. That way you're not forced to sail, right? But if you want to, nothing's stopping you aside from the bone wall, you know? As Teensy said, bone wall, that's why running is better. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I kind of dig how you can see the mountain silhouettes from so far away. Because I don't know about you, but that mountain has a weird shape to me. That it looks super steep. But now I'm wondering if it was even a mountain. That's definitely a mountain, right? I'm not tripping. There's a mountain right here, right? I know that's a mountain. But then the one behind it, I feel like that one's also a mountain. I guess we'll see. Yeah, we'll see soon. Teensy says that there is a respite at the end, so I guess how long have I been running down this ocean path? I wonder how long it actually was. I have a timer running. Yeah, it's been 46 minutes since I made fire arrows, and I have not yet died from those fire arrows. Which was honestly surprising to me because I did fight with them for a little bit. I went deer hunting, and I got my level 3 finewood bow, which I don't know about you, but I have a habit of using finewood bows, like, for the whole game, pretty much. I don't know what that's about, but even before I started doing all this extra server stuff, I really liked the vibe that Valheim has in troll leather the most. I don't know why, but there's something about like light armor and being able to die easily and being nimble. For me, that's my favorite way to play. It's more enjoy. Oh, I'm in the plains. I gotta be careful. It's more enjoyable, but I know that that's not normal, right? For many people, for many people, that's not the case. They really like getting the better armors and everything. And maybe I should be smart. I'm gonna be smart. Teensy said there's a respite, and I see that right there. Oh gosh, I got lucky. That thing was gonna gank me. I would have lived though. I have enough health, but I guess I could just full down. I do have enough health. Okay. Yeah, the most full damage you can take is 100. Let's see. I didn't read the sign. Comuta's second landing outpost. I will not likely tend to this place long. So feel free to loot or occupy the area. Huh, good to know. Yet again, in some... Whoa! The inverse of the chest system. Oh, that is cool. I never thought about doing it that way. I've always seen it where you look at it from the other side, you know what I mean? But this is cool because you can be underneath of it. I love that. That's why I love this server. I love seeing what people have built. There's all these little things you just come across, and it's like, hey, yo. That's awesome. All right. Time to make a bed. I don't want to walk down that path again. This is my beginning. This is my beginning game experience now. We're going to start in the plains, I guess. Let's just... I'll make it work. It's all right. Hey, Hal, you're here. Awesome. Hello, hello. You made it. Look at this. Did you see this? I think this is really cool. I know that it's the same as the things from earlier, but for some reason, I just would have never... I would have never thought to put the chests in this way so that you interact with it from underneath. But it makes so much sense because then you can stand here, right? And the chests are above me. There's like 3 tiers of chests above me. Like, that's really cool. Got this visibility too. Feel like I'm in one of those little pillboxes. Here we go. It can give us some fire. I learned a trick. If you have the forage up, then it counts as a fire. So you can just have it up until you get the rested buff, and then you don't need to make a fire. That's cool. So Jake says this is where Kamieta ended up, and he's working on the story. He just sailed north and disappeared at this point. That's funny. And Teen says there's no respite further on. Makes sense. I don't even know how far this goes, to be honest. Oh, sorry if I took away your rested buff there, Hal. I'll keep this up a little longer. Let me reflect for a moment here. What do I want to do? I'm glad I came here. This is where I want to be. I like doing things differently. So it would be very fitting if we don't start in the meadows in the Black Forest, but we start sort of somewhere else, right? But I'm trying to think of what do I feel inspired by? What feels fun? Probably exploring the path, seeing how far it goes, unless it's just ocean, and then I'll come back here. And I'll feel like doing something based on that. Hello, Monster Lord. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you again. It's awesome. It's honestly really awesome to see all of the familiar faces. Just tell Hal this real quick. Alright. I got a little bit of food. Got a rested buff. All good. I'm definitely glad I put in these staircases. These paths did not used to have the staircases. So they were a lot harder to reach, which is obviously something that playtesting helped realize. Welcome, Rose. Welcome, welcome. Ah, it's so awesome to see all these familiar names. That's something I'll say. When I was streaming earlier this year, I was mostly just experimenting. And I didn't really know what to expect with streaming. Now I understand that, like, live streaming isn't how I grow my YouTube channel. Live streaming is how I better connect with the people who play on the server and how I activate the server and bring people to it. And this way, I can focus on doing these things, and then, like, even if let's say, like, this live stream never gets really popular, it's totally fine. Because the purpose of it is to bring people to the server, and as long as the server is active, and I'm getting playtesting feedback for the things that I'm trying, well, I'm getting what I want, right? Ooh. Shooting locks, huh? Let's see. You got those frost arrows. Those things are strong. I'll be honest, the frost arrows are the ones that I most often kill myself with. I find it hard to avoid the AoE because it actually slows you down, and then once you're chilled, it doesn't take much for an enemy to get you. See, so you could probably, like, hunt some locks from up on a path like this, couldn't you? You can pretty easily snipe things. That works out. I'm not really against those kind of things. It's only for boss fights that I feel like it is problematic, but that locks has a lot of health. I'll just keep exploring here. Yeah, and you see how, so the path gets close to the terrain sometimes, right? And in the past, I expected that that's how players would get on and off of it. But we added the staircases because it's way better with the staircases. It's more fun. Oh yeah, Jake said which part of the path. This is the one that goes above the docks. I thought this was the path to the north, deep north, but it actually isn't. This is the path to the, I assume, north to the east. The path to the east. Who's that? Is that a blacksmith? Yeah, probably. I love seeing Dredger fire mages in the wild. They are so destructive. They purely, I purely put them in so that I could watch them destroy things. Especially because they have not just one, but, like, their base fireball attack is AoE, so it'll hit, like, a group, right? But then they have this big fire nova that, like, makes the whole area inflamed. That's the thing they just did, right? That one. But then they also have this, like, fire star comet attack that just, like, blows everything up. The Dredger, the fire mages they're crazy. They're hilarious. Like, look at this, look at that. Is he gonna win? Oh, nope. I was watching him. They killed him. That's so cruel. Okay, let's see. Alt. Oh, not Alt F3. Alt 3. I almost pressed Alt F3. Oh shit! It saw me. Okay. I didn't even shoot it. All right, I got this. Why are you there, Mr. Tomb Guard? Ah, yeah, I got you. You're weak. You're just a 1-star wraith. I find the rest in peace thing really amusing. I'm not actually one for a lot of UI and text, to be honest, but there's certain things that are just hilarious. Uh-oh. You can fight back. It'd be pretty funny if they could shoot an arrow through the grain. I don't think that's a thing, though. Uh-oh. Boom. Oh, I love fire arrows. Jeremiah says, you are looking south, so moving east. Yeah, I mean, if I paid attention, yeah, you're right. I was actually thinking of the original path because the paths, they're not that simple. They turn and become their opposite. I mean, you can see how it's happening here, right? So let's say I start heading east. I actually end up in the west because the path does a twist and it wraps all the way around. So that's why I had to think about it for a second because, like, of course, logically, if the paths are just straight and you leave from the east, you're going to go to the east. But Enigma tricks you. It makes it so you end up in the opposite place. And I know that might be... Whoa, that is a big mountain. I know that might be confusing, but the idea is to get more path. Because basically, if you curve the path at the right amount, you can get, I don't know how much it is in actual length, but it can be a lot, like maybe like double the amount, something like that. So while I'm heading north, I'm not actually gonna end up in the north because I'm heading north. If that makes sense. Like right now, I know where I am exactly because of this trading spot. And the north is there, basically. Or maybe like here. This general direction is north. But this path is going to keep wrapping around, right? And I don't remember... maybe this is the... Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly where the spot is, because there's a merchant right there. But I think this one, it probably is the path that goes to the north, actually, now that I think about it. I was off by one. I thought I was on the path that goes the other way. I'd have to actually look. I don't remember how far away from the center this trader is. Because the paths do tilt, but as you get further away, they straighten out. So they only invert themselves when you join from the very beginning of the center, if that makes sense. Or is this spot... I have like a vague feeling that this is the one that goes to the deep north, but it could also just... No, it is the one that goes to the deep north. I think so. I guess I could just look, but I'm not gonna worry about it. Jeremiah, don't reveal everything to me. You don't get it, man. You don't get it. When one knows where one is, it's not as fun. If I know too well exactly where I am all the time, I already struggle with that. I already struggled playing on a map where I've developed and I've spent hundreds of hours like just looking at the map and placing things manually, knowing where every boss is and all that stuff, right? So I try to get lost more. Like, I like it when I'm wrong. I like it when I feel like I know, but I don't. Makes sense? It's true though. It's good advice. You can tell not just by the thing in the sky, but the angle at which the sun comes from. And that shows you where you are in the world. Uh-oh. I hear a buzz. Ooh! Odin saved me. I got lucky. I deserve to die there. Definitely deserved to die. It's alright, though. Wait a second. How did Hal die? I wonder what happened. Maybe he's going off fighting Goblin. Oh! This is the spot that... Ah, okay. I recognize this now. Yeah, I just helped debug these. So, we actually made new... banks. I'll show you in a second how the banks work. May as well visit that one. I think I can visit that bank without dying. Just want to see if I can piss off this goblin first. Oh, I almost got him. That little devil. The Skeetos got you? Yeah, makes sense. The Skeetos get all of us eventually. Hey, there we go. Satisfying. All right. Let's see. So I guess I can just jump up here. Yeah, we good? Make sure nothing too dangerous is near here. Oh, gosh. The old parts of the bank. It's funny. Alright, I don't see anything in here. Heyo, yeah, here we are. This is the new bank. Welcome. Welcome to the bank. As you can see, it's been upgraded. Some of the players mentioned that it would be nice if they could repair their, like, late game gear in certain locations. So, this spot has a black forge and a Galder table, if you have that kind of stuff. But if you don't, like me, then you're wrecked. No normal workbench. But the banks have a specific purpose. I don't have any money right now, so I can't do the purpose, but I could show you a little bit. You can find these little, they're like books, right? And they're in every bank. They tell you a little bit about it. But if you want to learn how it actually works, you can just go say coins like this. And then it'll tell you how the banking system works. The banking system is a way to allow players to accumulate global wealth. What I want on No Map, No Portal, pretty much, is for players to get a sense of progression and sort of power based on the wealth that they've accumulated in their bank account. Because if you have a lot of wealth, then you could go anywhere just like this, and then make a base by withdrawing coins magically through the Diverger banking system. Because you can withdraw your money anywhere as long as you're willing to pay a fee of half of the money. Or you can find these banks, and then you can withdraw it for free. So that's the idea behind the mechanic, but we'll see. I wonder how far did they extend this path? I wonder. Yeah, no, now I remember, because this part of the world, I thought it was in the north, but it's not. It is in the north, but it's in the western part of the north. Makes sense? So that's what was confusing me, because I was like, it's tilting. But yeah, the tilt, it's going to end in the north, heading east. That's how the paths work. They like kind of go at an angle and cut into each other, right? Look at that. I already have level 30 run. Yeah, I guess that's not surprising. I'm getting my run experience here for later. This is actually really cool, to be honest. Like, one of the things, the path is a great example of one of those mechanics that when I thought about it, I thought it would be like game breaking. It was like, that's kind of weird having a path go over everything. But what I've actually found is that I like genuinely enjoy the experience of being able to safely just look over an area. Of course, I'm not completely safe, right? Like, I could get killed by an explosion or a death skeeto in the plains, or I could try and explore something and die, right? But there's something about, like, just being able to kind of get a taste for an area first without fully committing to it, you know what I mean? And I can explore and I can see what's going on here, and then find like a spot that might look nice, or maybe there's an area with some diverger and I want to use those diverger to protect myself or something, right? And you also get to see all the different biomes in just a much more peaceful fashion, really. Let's see here. I have a problem, basically. Oof. My mouse is, I need to clean the inside of it. It does this thing where it double clicks, like, when I'm moving around. which is like, so I'll try and drag, like click and drag, and it'll click in the middle of it. Makes me blow things up sometimes. Although I'm fully capable of messing everything up myself. I don't really need that much help, to be honest. All right. A lot of cool plane spots, to be honest. Hey, a Konar Tower! Oh, no way! I don't think any players have seen these yet, so I don't know if I want to show it off that much. What should I do? Well, I'll let you decide. I'm gonna act like that's not there, but if even... Oh, Odin! Thank you, Odin! Odin's like, no, you're not supposed to see that yet. I'm gonna act like the Slayer system thing isn't here. But if one of you wants, I'll go there and show you how it works. I'm just thinking maybe it'll be more fun for you if you find it yourself. And it's really a full mystery, so... Yeah, there you go. There's a thing over there. You saw it for a moment. And yes, I know, it's high up in the sky. That's part of a plan. People are gonna ask me how to get in it, and I'm just gonna tell them I haven't thought of that yet. Whoa! Okay. Okay, calm down, Mr. You see what I mean? This is the... Wait, are these... Can they actually hit me? I think if I walk in a certain way, it never hits me. But if I stay still, it hits me. Because it tries to go forward, so it shoots where I'm going to be, sort of. But then I'm far enough away that that's scary. Okay, I'm just going to... Yeesh! Okay. Are we good now? No? Don't do that! Don't do that! Eek! I don't think I would survive one of those shooting me. I think I would just die. Alright. How? It's actually pretty cool that there's a charred fortress right next to a Konar tower. That's really interesting. I wonder if the fortress shoots Konar. Oh man, that's cool. That thing will teleport. Oh, don't worry, Jake. I stopped that. I think I changed how the Skugs teleport, so they don't do that so mercilessly anymore. There used to be this mechanic that would make a Skug spawn a new Skug where it shot, and then that could happen over and over and over and over again. So you'd end up like with a bunch of Skugs everywhere, but nah, I'm not gonna worry about that for now. I actually, to be honest, that plains that we just passed through looks freaking awesome. It's got a lot of nice flatness. There's some goblin camps. I really like building in the plains in general. I think that's going to be our spot. But I'm going to keep going, and I'm just going to keep exploring. I'll probably die or something, but I'll try not to. It's the glory of it, right? It's more fun if I almost die. I've noticed that as well. Okay, let's see. Jake says asexual Skugs. Yeah, they reproduce. You know, it's funny. That's what's so cool about EWP. You could make whole systems like that. Like if you wanted to make goblins reproduce and make new goblins and stuff, you could make that happen. You could make your own breeding system with EWP. It's so incredibly cool. And the better you get at scripting, the more fun it becomes. Make sense? It because you can do it faster, and so that's how it is for me now. Because there's definitely people who are more talented at scripting and better programmers and that kind of thing. I'm not trying to say I'm like one of the best ones, but I'm skilled enough that I don't experience those gaps when I try and make something. If that makes sense. So I can try and make some. Uh-oh. I saw that. I'm gonna ignore that. I can try and make something, but what would happen in the beginning is I would try and make it, and I'd have to kind of like learn how to do the scripting logic for the first time to do the thing. Whereas now I've used so many different kinds of scripting logic so many times in so many different scripts that I don't really have to worry about it as much anymore. Because now I almost always can just take a module out of something I made before, and I've handwritten enough things that it's more comfortable. And the point I was trying to make is that when you get used to scripting, it almost turns Valheim into a different game, and you're sort of playing Valheim through scripting. It takes some getting used to, but it's definitely something that I've really enjoyed personally. Yeah, it's funny. So this keeps happening basically. People use the Path of Magic mod pack, and they don't realize that when you join a server, you don't need it. You can be fully vanilla, right? But people are used to, like, you get a mod pack to join the server. So basically people join with an older version of the mod pack, and then it spams oh god, and then it spams those messages. Holy smokes, there's a couple different things going on here. A bone maul alpha just became empowered. Nice. I'm gonna run away from those because holy smokes, there's so many bone maul. I guess it makes sense we're in the Mistlands now. You know what? I'm going to turn around. I feel very good about that previous place that we found. I'm going to figure out how to make that the beginning of the experience in that plains area. Now, what I could really use right now is actually a little bit of stone. But I don't have any way to get any. Do I hear a diverger? Is there like a diverger base here? I want to get a rested buff before I turn around. I'm kind of wondering if that's a good idea. I have an overwhelming feeling that I'm gonna die if I move forward, so I'm gonna turn around. I have been pushing my luck already, actually, to have not killed myself yet. I managed to get through the plains, and I would have died twice, but the Death Skeeto didn't kill me because Odin spared me, so I got lucky. Yeah, this one's so pretty. Ooh, am I going to be able to make it past these bone wall? I don't even know. Yeah. It's funny, some people sail. Yeah. And that's actually another feature that a lot of the features happened because I tried to do one thing and people wouldn't do it. So I did something else and then does that make sense? So for example, when we had the Enigma path system originally, there was more of an incentive to just sail, right? And also when I ran the server, before Enigma, when I ran Path to Ashlands and these things, I didn't really want people sailing off of the starting continent straight away because I wanted to like funnel them down certain areas so that they are around each other and see each other's buildings and that kind of thing. So I had this problem where like I made this path and everything and it was great and you could just follow the path, but people just kept sailing and doing normal Valheim, right? So they'd join, they'd kill Eikthyr, they'd progress, they'd make a long ship, and then they'd like sail somewhere. So that's why the Bone Maw exists. The Bone Maw stop that from happening because you pretty much can't sail in a normal boat. Oh shit. Unless you actually know where you're going, and it's a short voyage. If it's not for that, okay, I'm lucky. I thought it was a flying bone maw. I don't think it is. It looks like it's staying in the water. But sorry. Let me backtrack for a moment. That's why those mechanics those mechanics exist. There's a lot of mechanics that happened to make another mechanic actually get used. Make sense? So while the bone mole make the ocean more dangerous and they reduce the experience of being in a boat, that has some consequences, right? And as I mentioned earlier on my rant previously on the ocean, Valheim tends to force people to be in boats a lot, and sometimes for really long extended periods of time. So this is the opposite experience. If you use a boat and you sail for more than just 5 or 10 minutes, you're probably going to get blown up or killed by something. So you don't get into the situation where you're sitting in a boat and you're bored. Because if you're sitting in a boat on Enigma, you're probably scared and sailing away from something. So that's the mentality. And like, look, I'm not going to say that that's perfect every single time, but generally that's how I operate. I go for those things where by doing this, that becomes more valuable, right? And I mean, look at this. How perfect is this spot? Oh, okay. Maybe not so perfect. I forgot about the chart for it. I was like, look, there's some black forest. It's all nice and friendly. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Oh, yeah, imagine living in that little stone tower over there. Yeesh. These things mean business. I guess it could get lucky and accidentally hit me, but I think probably, as long as I watch what it's doing, I'm okay. Yeah, there we go. I survived. Yeah, look, I could go down here right where that fort is. It does make that black forest look really nice though. Greetings. Oh yeah! I forgot. I managed to not even look at the Slayer Tower. The Monster Lord says, I remember there was a mod once that allowed for infinite build height, but I can't find it anymore. I was planning on a private build project, but the build height is too limited for what I'm planning. Oh, you want a really quick Dakar trick? So if you want, and you're using dev commands, or you have them, there's something Skull 1. This is the prefab name, Skull 1. There you go. You can use that, and it will put terrain, or it will put strength into everything. And that's actually what is happening with this path. You see there's these skulls that are like built into the road. That's not decorative. That is so that the path itself has stability, right? You can see it's blue. It's as if it's clipped into the terrain. So Monster Lord, if you wanted to do that, like you would still need to deal with the structure. It doesn't get rid of it, but it does make it so you have infinite build height, because you can just keep placing these skulls in certain spots, and then every build piece that's attached to them gets the stability of it being in the ground. So especially if you hook them into a metal framework or something, then you could just keep building up and up and up and up. So there are ways within Valheim without any mods to bypass the building limitations. It's definitely possible. And this, oof. Yeah, I can feel it in my bones. This is our spot. This is our area. This is where I'm gonna be playing. There's a lot of plains. There's some swamp. There's that charred fortress over there. It's just a lovely little mix of wonder here. I love it. This is perfect. Now, if we keep going, there's that bank over there. But I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to factor in this. This is our area. So now I got to figure out, how do we get started? How do I get started? Well, I mean, let's be real. This spot here, this is screaming for a base. I mean, look at it. It's perfect. It's already elevated. It's right next to the path. Oh, God. Oh, God. What have I done? Oh, God. What have I done? All right, I'm okay. Whew. Right next to the path. Nice view. Konar Tower over there. Charred Fortress. Oof. Oh, I can feel it. This is the spot. This is the spot. What is that? How did that die? Oh, if the Undying get destroyed by the server destroying them from nighttime. Oh, interesting. One second. I gotta note that so that I make sure that doesn't happen. Make sure drops from the vial don't drop if daylight killed them. It's not like daylight actually killed them. They spawn as night monsters, so when the night or when the daylight happens, they vanish basically. But because I made an extra loot system on top of that, when they vanish, it automatically spawns some of their loot. So I have to adjust it so that when it does that, it doesn't make the loot unless there was a player right there when the thing got destroyed. Whew. All right. Easy though. Easy to figure out. That's what's so cool about scripting, to be honest. Once you get used to it, the scripting itself is incredibly fast, like really fast. It's just figuring out what to script and how, well, like what logic to use. Those are the things that are more troublesome. They're more tricky. But this spot, yeah, it feels good. Now, I'm gonna try and be a little bit smart here. Whoa, not do that. No, no. Try and be smart. Oh, I see. I can get stuck here. That's great. There we go. I want to be smart and kill these Loxen before they gank me because I'm about to run out of food and I'm going to have some interesting bottleneck experiences. For example, I don't have a pickaxe yet. I never did the progression there, but I'll probably be fine. I think probably I'll figure a way to make it work. Because technically, as long as you can get coins, you can pretty much do anything in Path of Magic, to be honest. And that's something it's not like I've played Valheim. Most of my time spent in Valheim has been developing. Like, realistically, it hasn't been doing actual playthroughs. But I have done like 4 or 5 playthroughs. And I think that's why I prefer to do things that are more different in the beginning, if that makes sense. And there's a couple things I've never really seen people do on Path of Magic, but they are possible, right? And so I kind of want to see what those experiences are like. For example, like using different progression methods, skipping Eek and the Elder. Can you do that? Is it okay? I mean, normally that would be hugely problematic because you wouldn't be able to get any kind of metal. You wouldn't be able to get a pickaxe. You wouldn't be able to get iron. But on Path of Magic, there's other ways to get all of that stuff. So, we'll see. My first mission, though, is to clear this hilltop. So, I'm going to try and take care of these Loxen here. Luckily, Loxen burn really well. So I can probably just keep shooting them and then it'll be fine. I guess I'm also training my bow skill here. You wanna go? You wanna go, mister? Oh. Do you have an arrow? Nah. Do they explode in the water? They do explode in the water. It's kind of funny. I guess I could make it so that doesn't happen. It'd be really easy to do, actually, because the prefab has a min Y value, and the sea level is... nah, it's probably not. It doesn't matter. It's really easy in game design to get distracted by realism. But it's often not worth it, to be honest. Like, genuinely. I find that games, it's more about fun. Things don't have to make sense. Them making sense is just easier for a new player, because they can use the kind of archetypes in their head, so then they don't have to, it's easier for them to learn. But once the person is actually used to playing, I don't know if there's really that much advantage to realism. What do you all think? I know for some people, like, they really, really value realism. It's something quite important to them. So maybe some of you are like that. I just personally I'm not like that. I found that, like, if a mechanic is fun but not realistic, I still enjoy it. As long as it's fun, it's fun. Make sense? But I found that there's often a lot of times where people make changes, and yeah, it's realistic, but like, does it do anything? Is it fun? Sometimes it's even worse, and they make changes, and those realism changes actively reduce fun, which can be frustrating. But I had that experience a little bit developing with the fire, actually. Because as you can see, like, there's a lot of explosions on Path of Magic, a lot of fire, a lot of things burning. And if you'll notice, usually the fires burning don't make any cultivated ground. Like in normal Valheim, if you look at these fires here, you would see the terrain become cultivated ground after 4 or 5 seconds of a fire burning. But that doesn't happen because we adjusted the fire prefabs themselves so that they don't do that. But that's a great example of something that, like, it's realistic if fire burning makes fertile ground, right? It's realistic, don't get me wrong. But what value does that serve in Valheim? Like, how many people do you know who are burning a fire to start their garden instead of using a cultivator? You know what I'm saying? And for me, like, there's a lot of that kind of thing, and it's not just a Valheim thing. To be honest, I think Valheim's quite. It's not a game that has sacrificed a lot of fun for realism. I don't think so, at least. Maybe some people feel that way, but I don't. In general, I think Valheim's quite a good game with a lot of it's very fun, to be honest. I really enjoy Valheim. So I don't really think that they have sacrificed that much realism, but I guess sometimes that's a big problem in some games, right? Maybe it's more of a problem in like sequels when the developers will try and make something that, and then they'll try and like change the core formula, right? And they'll try and make it more realistic, but in doing so, they take out the part of the game that made it fun. You know? I don't know. But here's our spot. We cleared those locks in. I can eat some of these cloudberries. Really living on the edge here. Yeah, I forgot I had this. I have a decent amount of food. I can eat cloudberries. I'll be alright. I guess the first thing I want to do, probably, is separate this area somehow so that monsters don't come kill me so easily. Probably I just need like a little wool. But for now, I'm gonna start by making a chest, and we're just gonna kind of start filling it with materials from nearby. I could make a bed, actually. Let's do that first. So I'm gonna be smart, and I'm gonna assume that I'm gonna die. So before I do that, I will build myself a little spot here. Just something little, nothing fancy. Probably we're fine, just... Ooh, yeah, I can do this with E and W. I forgot about that. Always more shortcuts to learn. Alright. We want a bed. Yeah, you can see the path. This is a problem that happens when people use Gizmo, or when you place things that don't use the directions that a player can build in. They can't, like, line things up, right? That's inevitable for the path, though, because it rotates in such tiny little increments. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go... Just going to put this right here. And we're going to make just a little simple thing here. How cute. Ah, yeah, I can't link those things up. That's right. So what's the easiest way? I guess I can just go... Yeah, I'll just do it like this. It's probably fine. That, and then let's make this... Boom. Let's see. Whoa, whoa, that's not what I wanted. I'll do this one. I think I may be able to do this more easily than normal because of the stone and the metal. But we'll see. Yeah, yeah, normally I feel like you wouldn't be able to do that. But that worked out. Alright, so I now have a spawn spot. Fantastic. So now if I die, I'm not going to have to go all the way over the whole thing again. We'll be able to just deal with it from here. Looking pretty good. Okay. So... I should go grab loot from the nearby area and just kind of accumulate stuff here. And then as I'm doing that, I'll see what happens. I'll no doubt get into some trouble. And we'll see what we can build out of the things we accumulate. The idea here, for a long time, I wanted to do something in Valheim where basically, like, I kind of like crash into an island and then have to survive, if that makes sense. So I have a feeling I can not recreate that exact experience right now, but I can create something similar. Because this is a really dangerous area. I don't have the weapons to properly fight all these monsters. Even if I use these fire arrows, I'm gonna run out of them pretty soon. So I'll have to play, right? And I really love the plains. It's my favorite biome. I love the goblins. I love the visibility. I love the color. I don't know. What biomes do you all like to play in? I know most people seem to like the Black Forest a lot. The Black Forest and the meadows. Personally, I like it when things are more dangerous. I find it more interesting. But to each their own. Right? Some people just want to be able to build and be left in peace without having to, you know, deal with a whole bunch of nonsense. Hal the Magnus says, "Hey, JP, are you before or after the swamp?" I'm right after. After the banks. There's a swamp. After that swamp, I'm right there. Yeah, and so just so everyone else knows, if you want to come to this area and you want to start like building or playing here, you are welcome to. Because this is where I'm going to be playing. I can think of tons of things I can do here because I can build, I could fight goblins, I could do swamp stuff, I could do slayer stuff because there's a Konar master, I could show you all that, I could do charred fortresses. This spot is perfect. It is exactly what I needed. So I'm committed. Like there's no change in my mind. I'm happy to because I was kind of like after the other stream ended, I had this feeling of like I don't know. I feel like I just didn't want to do more Black Forest and Meadows things. Like I could just start the action immediately, if that makes sense. At least that's what I told myself. Now I feel that way, though. I love the plains. Just gonna chop and hope I'm fine. I still just have my flint axe. It's all good though. I got my tunic. With my tunic, I can do anything. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, there's no way. It's been so smooth. How have I not gotten death? Sorry. The rest in peace things. Oh, they get me every time, I swear. Holy smokes. Good thing I was smart and set a spawn point. Alright. Yeah, I think I got some stone, right? Yeah, I did get some stone. So I can make a campfire. That'll be smart. Hey, wait a second. Why didn't... Oh, interesting. So you don't keep the stuff in the extra slots. Interesting. Because this world has keep equipment, right? So in the other extra slots mod, you actually would keep the items you lost here. But now that doesn't happen. I see, I see. Ah, that works out. Makes sense anyway. Technically, you could use that to like teleport a couple items, so. Here we go. I'm just gonna go back to the same risky behavior that got me killed in the first place. Classic, right? Looks like I'm alright though. I think that was like one Deathsquito here. And if we can just get some of this wood, we'll be good. These trees will grow back in different places because of the regrowth system. And that will allow us to get more wood later. So I don't have to worry about like destroying all the trees or whatever because they move around. The regrowth system in Path of Magic, you can think of it like it tries to mimic how things work in the real world, like in real life. Oh, what's that noise? What's that noise? I hear a bad noise. I don't like that noise. It tries to mimic what happens in real life, where trees throw their seeds and animals take their seeds. So trees over time move around and they encroach and they grow into new areas, right? So that's what happens on Path of Magic. Probably one of the only cases where I actually did value the realism over over the fun. But I guess that's because it didn't sacrifice any fun. What is happening over there? Is that a vial? I bet that's a vial. Just gonna leave that be. I'm gonna go back. Got some wood. Got some lox meat. What do I need? I guess I need a fireplace. Got some birch trees. Seems like a good starting point. Just gonna get a rested buff. Give me a moment here. Maybe I should show you all the Slayer thing, actually, to be honest. It's not gonna ruin anything for you. It would be really cool. Well, to be honest, I'm overly excited about Slayer, so I didn't want to rant about it. But I'm really, 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 really excited about it. I know that it's just me talking about a system, but I have a feeling that the Slayer system and a couple other things working together completely alter the end game Valheim experience by sort of creating an end game experience. But I'll show it off in a little bit because I'm really happy about it. I'm really proud of it. It is the system I am most happy with that I've ever worked on. That it's not like it's perfect. It obviously will. I mean, it'll be improved continuously, but because I played a lot of RuneScape and I know what Slayer did for that game, I have a feeling. But we'll see. We'll see how it kicks on. I'll show you all how it works in a little bit. We'll actually go and explore the Konar Tower. Hey, how caught up with us? Awesome. Welcome, welcome. But before I do that, I think I'm gonna take a little break. I'll just go to the bathroom, get some water, rest my voice for a couple minutes, and then I'll be back. But when I get back, I've just been collecting resources. Awesome. Now I'm just gonna go back over here where I'm relatively safe. There we go. And I'm just gonna sit in my bed. Missing requirement. Ah, I need more stone. Sorry. It's just funny seeing it. Just fell all the way down. I didn't get any of it. Alright, there we go. Fire's not close enough. Ah, now I need more stone. Ironic. It's okay, though. I think there is plenty of stone. It's just on this very, very steep hill that could easily have a surprise goblin. Everybody loves surprise goblin. No reason to be scared of a goblin, because you have to know a goblin's there to be scared of it. If it's a surprise goblin, you don't know it's there, so nothing to be concerned about. Hooray! Alright, I will be back. And before I go, I'll answer Monster Lord's question. Okay, let's see. Monster Lord said, are you using the extra slots mod, or are these slots into the Enigma path? Ah, yeah, this is extra slots by Should Now. And this is the one I prefer, personally. I actually didn't like it at first, because I thought it, like, added too much to the UI here and everything, but I like having more inventory space, to be honest. It's nice. Definitely. I see how probably Valheim could have an inventory that, like, goes all the way down here, and I don't think it would be that bad. Really. I mean, managing items and everything is such a big part of the game, you know, it's really like a fundamental. But anyway, I will be back soon. I'll just be on like a little hiatus here. So, BRB. I don't have one of those fancy screens or anything, so I'll just be here. You get to see me in bed. There we go. Wahahaha. All right, I am back. Oh, I can feel it too. Feel it in my bones. I'm happy. All right, now I'm back. Yeah, I can tell it. I can tell. I have that vibe. I don't know how to explain it exactly, but whenever I first start a new playthrough in any game, or if I start a new game, like for the first time, there's always this kind of beginning period that's really, it's almost uncomfortable. I don't know how to say it, but it's like, it's worse for me in games where I don't know the controls and I have to think about how to control. And then I that part, it's boring. I don't like it, but I've noticed how that only happens for like maybe 20 minutes or an hour. And then I kind of forget about that and I get into the game. It like, something clicks, right? And the same thing happens when I start new Valheim sessions. There's sort of a moment where it's almost like the game is in my head, if that makes sense. And before I'm just playing the game. But then I actually care, and now I want to do something. I don't know how to better explain that, but that's what happens to me. And usually I just have to kind of get through that initial part, or sometimes just talking to someone else, or hearing someone else talk about Valheim. It's really inspiring. Like the difference for me personally between my past, when I didn't know anyone who did Valheim stuff, and now, where I know plenty of people who love Valheim. You know, I'm not saying Valheim's a really popular game, but I know many people who adore it. So I don't really care, if that makes sense, because my experience is one where many of the people I interact with, it's related to Valheim, right? So I feel very connected, and the way Valheim plays, I think, is better for the human mind. I've played a lot of games in my life. You could argue I've spent most of my life playing games. That's not entirely true. You know, I garden, I love permaculture, I study these things. But gaming has always been a big part of my life. I mean, my dad died when I was a little kid, and I had already started gaming before then. But after that, gaming became this thing that I could do where, yeah, it didn't matter what was going on in my life. It didn't matter, you know, my dad was dead, or I didn't have any friends at school, or whatever it was I cared about when I was a little kid. It just didn't matter. Like, it was fine because I could play World of Warcraft and I could, like, mess around with people, and I had a guild and they kind of felt like a family, and I had those experiences, and it was so, for me, therapeutic. Like, as a child, I can genuinely say that, like, I was better off because of the video games that I played, especially after my father died. I didn't develop any of the same kind of problems with like alcohol or other issues with like hard drugs that a lot of my friends went through, especially those who have dead fathers. And I think a lot of the reason for that is because I just love computer games. To be specific, it's not just video games. There's something about a computer. Yeah, I really, really, really love computer games. And especially older computer games. So it kind of makes sense that I liked Valheim. But what I was getting at is I had that positive experience, right? But then weird stuff started to happen. It's like that experience got corrupted or something. Because while yes, when I was a kid, I had these great experiences, like being in World of Warcraft, being in a guild. I felt like they were my family. I would like log in and I would just sit somewhere and just chat in guild chat. And like, I would play that way for like 2 hours sometimes. I would just chill in a chair just chatting away and like pissing people off because I talked too much. And for me, I felt like I was a part of something. I really did. And that helped me a lot when my father was very sick and when he died, because he was sick for almost 2 years. I watched him die, very much so. It was a slow process, very, very painful. People say that, yeah, whenever someone talks about dying, they're always like, oh, they weren't in pain. Oh, what the fuck people are smoking? Dying is painful. You think someone dies in their sleep peacefully? Like, that doesn't happen. My point is that it was intense, right? And it was okay. Because I had this feeling of sort of community. I was able to find things, but... Oh! Hey! It happened! Sorry. 2 hours, 1 minute, and 43 seconds. I killed myself with a fire arrow. Oh, there we go. All right. Not to get too distracted there, though. I was talking about intense things, right? And how when I was a child, I had these more, like these more innocent experiences where I genuinely felt connected. And I'm not saying the people in that guild cared about me at all. I don't think they did. I think a lot of them were irritated by this kid who talked a bunch. Like, really, ultimately, I don't think I was helping anybody or like being useful, if that makes sense. I was annoying, but for me it was incredibly meaningful. Really, I can say that with full confidence. But here's the thing: is that innocence, something happened, and especially with World of Warcraft, I tried to play that game many times after those experiences. And never did I see that again. All I saw in the times I tried to play World of Warcraft was how harmful it has become for people and how the game does a great job at like giving problems to relationships. And I know that you should be able to control yourself anyway, but let me put it this way, like, there's certain games that are designed in a way where you have to have unhealth in your home environment to do well in the game. Does that make sense? Not all games are like that. There's plenty of games where you don't need to come from an unhealthy environment that you can do well in. Like Valheim. Valheim is a game where you can have a happy, loving family and play Valheim together, and like, you know, it has that kind of vibe. Sometimes, yeah, that happens with World of Warcraft. I believe that used to happen more. And now gaming companies know too much about money and how to use human psychology to create money products that are said to be games. But I'm hesitant to call them games because for me, a game is something that is for fun. It's meant to be fun. Like, it's meant to be played and you have a good time exploring a world. It's fun, you know what I mean? Like, that's what a game is. So for me, if you design and your whole purpose is to extract as much money as possible, as much money as possible from the player, do you have a game? You know? Yeah, that mosquito got me good, right? I don't know, to be honest. Like I know that they are in appearance games on the face value, you know, the 834th iteration of Call of Duty for this year, or Modern Warfare, you know, these kind of games that have come out and they just literally do the same thing over and over again with a tiny bit of variation each year. But it's like sort of like the sports games are like that too, right? It's like, I don't know, I feel like there's a distinction, and what people say they're making games, but they're not really making games. They're making products that are shaped like games. And it's all about making money, and oof. I knew that jump was a little bit too high, but I got lucky. It's all about making money, right? And like, that's the thing, because I get it. You know, you need money. But there's a difference between doing something and money is just one of the things you need. You know, you need water, you need food. But like, you're not basing every decision in your life off of its potential to supply you with water. Yet, if you fail to consume water, you will die in a matter of like 140 hours. You'll die in a week, maybe less than that. It's very serious, incredibly serious, way more serious than money. Yet, who here is worried about getting water in a couple days? Even though, like, technically that's what actually matters, right? And like, that's what's so tricky about all this, and it's tricky about dealing with people as well. People are very tricky. And I've found more comfort in life by just kind of assuming that people are not, how do I put it? I assume, I call it not-ism. So when, it's not that I don't trust people, you know. I trust people to be people and to behave. I don't think they're gonna do something bad, but I don't think that they're gonna do something good. Does that make sense? Yeah, as Monster Lord said, these days they are cash cows more than anything. Yeah, exactly. It's like back in the day, people made games, and they were under financial burdens and circumstance. Like if you watch Tim Kane's videos, he's the one of the like, well, really the person behind Fallout and a lot of well, Fallout 1 specifically, just to be clear. Very influential game designer, incredibly influential. You've been influenced by Tim Kane's work if you play RPGs. Even a game like Valheim really is influenced in some way indirectly by games and the millions of people who have played games like, you know, Fallout and all them, and hugely influential. Yet, I mean, he talks a lot about how, like, he had financial struggles and all these things. So clearly, like, everything was about money, even back then. Like, he regularly says it's about money. The answer's always money. Money, 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 money. That's always the answer, right? And this is a guy who's, like, the peak of his career was, like, 20 years ago, right? So, based on what he says, this has been a problem for a long time. But I still believe that, like, it's like something changed at some point. And back then, you still had to make a game. If that makes sense. Like, you couldn't just make money off of a game someone made in the past. But now, it's like it's more profitable to make money off of games that are already made. So there's this bias to just always doing that. And they're pretty much like, well, why make a new game and take those risks of paying all those employees when you could just, you know, remaster something for a year and then sell it at 60% of what you would have sold something that took you 4 years making your own original IP? You know, I mean, I get it profit-wise. Like, clearly, if you could make money off of doing something where you didn't have to make the thing and you could just make money, it's like, all right, I get it, you know? If I could make money off of a book and I didn't have to write a book, well, I mean, I'd probably do that, you know? I can't blame people for doing that. But at the same time, I don't know, the whole money debate's really confusing, to be honest, because, like, okay, I'm a person who comes from, so to speak, the wealthy world. Oh my gosh, what is going on around me? I'm so into what I'm talking about that I'm just like, my subconscious is keeping me alive here. I'm gonna run away. But I'm from the US, right? So I'm not like a person who's had it super easy, so to speak. I've had to work and fend for myself and do these things, but in the context that if something extremely bad were to happen, I would be okay because, like, my family could bail me out. You know, if I, you know, broke my arms and couldn't work, or you know, I got some horrible illness. Like, I wouldn't be completely fucked, if that makes sense. Like, there's people I could go to for help if that were to happen. Um, but it's almost like in the lack of those extremes, then I don't have support. And I don't think that's unique to me. I think that's kind of what modern life is just like for a lot of people now. Like, you're so surrounded by people and technology and privilege, but it doesn't matter. You know, I don't know about you listening, but I know a lot of people who are like that. Like, they very much don't feel what they have. Most people are like that, you know? It's pretty much known that you don't appreciate something until you lose it, right? That's kind of how we are. But it makes me wonder about money itself, which is what I was getting to. That's why I brought up, like, being from a nation that's more privileged or whatever, because now I live in Nicaragua, right? I understand very well now that I have luxuries, like the fact what I just said, like if I were to get in a car crash or get really sick or something, my family could help me in that case. They would make sure I'm okay. You know, whereas like there's plenty of people here in Nicaragua, like you lose your ability to oh, did I just kill Hal? I think I blew you up through the thing. Or you got deathsquitoed. I don't know. But sorry about that. I didn't mean to. But what I was getting at is that yeah, I've met people here and I very much understand that like the reality for most people in the world, whether you're in a developed country or you're not, it really doesn't matter. Most people are in a position where if they get into intense bodily harm or they lose their job, they're fucked. Like, they don't really have much they can do, right? That's the reality of things. And what I am bringing this up and why, because I was talking about money, right? It's just something that's always confused me because now that I've seen these things, I've lived in loads of different countries, I've seen different cultures, and I'm very happy in Nicaragua. I've never about life in our world. It's made me question money in particular because there's this notion, for example, that the West is wealthy, that the United States is wealthy, and pretty much everyone would agree with that. Like, you can argue about quality of life, right? You can argue about people's access to wealth. You can talk about inflation, whatever. But, like, if you took humans in the world and you said, you know, the United States is a wealthy country, most people aren't going to disagree with that. You know what I mean? But if you think about it, if we're so wealthy, why do we need money? I don't know about you, but for me, what wealth means is you don't need. You're wealthy, and that shows because you don't need to buy the things other people do. You don't need to work the job. You don't need to get a loan. You can just pay for the house. You don't need to give your life up for money. Right? Like, I mean, doesn't that make sense? You get money and you get power, right? I mean, so where there's a disconnection there, isn't there? Because if we really are a wealthy nation, why is money so important to exist? In my head, a wealthy nation would be a nation that is so wealthy that you can be born there and taken care of even if you don't have any money. Because your nation is wealthy. They don't need money. In my head, if everyone needs money, then your nation is poor. And I left a world where most people I knew were making regular sacrifices of some of the most lovely parts of their lives in the name there's number 2, you know, in the name of Of what? I don't know. It's like people, I've always gotten the impression that other people see something that I don't see. Like, because for me, it seems like people are trying to stop waves with their hands. There's like thousands of people, and there's this tsunami coming, right? And we're all lined up on the beach with our hands, and we're like, we got this. Everyone else is putting their hands up as well. And if we all just do this together, we can overpower this unrelenting force of nature. It's like, no, you can't. You can't work against the forces of the world. You have to work with them, right? Oh, I just realized I'm at the center of the world again. How did that manage to happen? Does that mean there's a goblin inside on the path? Huh. Well, all right. Let me get a little unsidetracked here. Was it this one? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Sorry, that completely threw me for a loop. But what I was getting at is that it's always just confused me, you know? I just feel like I've lived a life where I've had to learn that everything is the opposite of what I've been told. My parents, the world, the media growing up said things are a certain way. And then, like, I grow up, and by the time I'm 30, I mean, I've seen things that have shown me that none of those things are true. The country I come from, that is supposedly this voice of freedom and everything, is actually arguably the world's biggest warmonger. We practice martyr making, which is the process of killing one of your friends and blaming your enemies to rile up your side. And I know that we practice martyr making because I've studied the history in Nicaragua and I've seen what we did here. And I've read the training documents and these things. And thank you. My point is, we live in an odd time, I think. And I don't know, maybe Monster, you mentioned being born in the late 80s. Maybe you could help me understand better, because, I mean, I was born in 1993. And when I grew up, I don't know, like, did you believe in, like, freedom and democracy and these things? Because I grew up and I was taught that those things mattered and that they're important. Yet, I find myself in my 30s having found true freedom living in a dictatorship that we wage war on to this day. So, like, the government I'm from actively finances a genocide. And the funny thing about that is when I was in school, they talked to us about the Holocaust and these things. Like, very pointedly. Like, it wasn't just like, oh, the Holocaust happened. I remember we had to, like, get these disclaimers signed by our parents, and then they took us to the Holocaust Museum. And I remember I had to write a fucking essay about why it is that once the Holocaust started, the German people didn't stop it. And, like, that's what they made you do. They made you think about, like, okay, imagine that your people are slaughtering innocent people and it's horribly wrong, but it's happening. How do you process that? How do you deal with it? And, like, these are the kinds of things I had to do in school. And, like, we had civics classes and they told us about, you know, people's rights and the Constitution and stuff. And, like, I don't know about you guys, but for me growing up, I've seen my country completely invalidate all of these things. And, like, I don't know. Like, I trust this supposedly dictatorial government here in Nicaragua far more than my own, because I've seen what happened to poor people here. I've seen what we do here and how we destroy and how we betray and how we give people food so that we can threaten to take it away. And it's disgusting. It's just absolutely disgusting, right? And, like, I know this is very deep, intense stuff, but It's how I am. And to be honest, I don't know if you all realize this, but Enigma itself is a reaction to these things. If you've ever wondered why it is that I'm able to continuously make Valheim content and work on projects with this relentless continuity. I mean, I started making Valheim videos years ago, and I've never made it big on Valheim. I know my YouTube channel has like 20,000 subscribers. Only like 2,000 of those are Valheim people. I actually have quite a small Valheim audience. It's just I happen to know some of the more, influential Valheim people in the community. But at the end of the day, very few people actually know about me. And the reason I'm getting at this is just because what drives me is the unfairness in our world. It's the very things that I want to help. And I know it seems crazy, but I believe that game design is how you teach humans how to behave in the modern era. I see the best parts of game design for me as a kid, right? Because I was talking about my father dying and all these things. And that isn't really possible in a lot of games now. But I see that there's something there. There's a way to unite people. There's a way to get over these country barriers. And there's a way to just treat people like people, And for me, that's one of the reasons I love the Valheim server so much, because it connects me with people. I speak to Russians, I speak to Ukrainians, I speak to Iranians, I speak to all sorts of different people, Malaysians, people in England, people in Finland. Like, it's just so uplifting. It feels so much like it doesn't matter what country you're from. As long as you can speak a little bit of English or use a translator, then we can talk about Valheim, And for me, I think that's the future. I think that's how humans are gonna become better. We're gonna, like, there's gonna be some games that get made that teach people to work together and coordinate and form communities. And that helps people because ultimately people just need to be there for each other. Really, that's what matters. And they don't know how to be there for each other because no one was ever there for them. So how are you gonna... So... one second, I have to actually deal with something real quick. Some roofers are here, and I have to let them in. So before I do that, though, let's see. Monster Lord said, my mother never cared about politics. She always just goes with the flow and what the media says. Sounds like most people, to be honest. People just hear what they've heard, right? Welcome, Jayneb. Welcome, welcome. And she said that during the times of the German Democratical Republic, things were better than they are in modern Germany. Yeah, it's like, I guess that kind of thing's always to each their own, right? I've heard people say that as well. You've also heard people say the opposite, right? And everything's relative. When you have millions of humans, you're gonna have millions of different experiences, But I actually have to stop for a moment and let this roofer in and show him where a leak is. So I'm just going to AFK again and be running forward, and I'll start playing again when I get back. Sorry about that. Haha! Alright. Now I'm back. I managed to not be dead. What's up with this cage? Funny. Oh, I wonder if this is part of the old path. That'd be kind of amusing. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, Halawa, I don't know what happened, to be honest. I saw that you died, and I was like, did I shoot him with a fire arrow? How did he die? And I was like, I probably just shot him with a fire arrow. But then you died again after spawning on your bed, and I was confused. And then I died, and I was ranting about the unfairness of the world, and then I was at the center of the world. Yeah, so I have no idea what happened, but getting stomped by a lox, I would say that sounds like that would explain how we both got wrecked. I was hoping you didn't get wrecked because my character was the only one at the spawn spot. But maybe you did get wrecked. It all worked out though. Gives me a little bit of time here. I will say one of the things that Enigma has shown me, I really like seeing the way the mountains look. Valheim does a good job of sort of teasing that there's big mountains, right? And normally you have to sail towards them, but it's not like a direct route. Like probably something's going to go wrong when you're sailing. You're going to go somewhere else. The wind's going to go a different direction. You're going to find a whole bunch of stuff can happen. But there's something about, I guess, the simplicity of the path. It gives you the freedom, so to speak. Oh, God. Okay. I don't want to cause this place to get wrecked, so I'm going to run. It gives you the freedom, so to speak, to... How do I put it? To just admire the views, you know what I mean? Or get ganked by Lox. Oh, God. This Lox is definitely going to kill me. He's definitely going to kill me. Definitely going to kill me. Oh. 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 No way. No way. I lived. Haha. Wow, that's hilarious. Okay, but I think that must be it, because I've noticed that while I'm walking down the paths in Enigma mode, something happens, and I feel more interested in the mountains. Like I would notice the mountains when I'm sailing, but I don't know, maybe it's because I can just walk by it. You know, I can, like, confidently kind of just do my thing, and it's more relaxing, so I feel more at ease. Sorry about the motorcycle, by the way. But there's something about, like, seeing the mountain like this, and I guess I've never really had a chance to just sort of get a tour of the Valheim world. That normally happens on a boat, right? But Enigma basically does that, and... Have any of you noticed anything like that? Like, I feel like the scenery, it feels different. Thank you, Odin. Thank you. It feels... Maybe it's more approachable, more accessible? I don't know. There's just something about it, right? And this mountain is so... Yeah, as Jeremiah says, it's super tall. It's like super steep. I don't know what that's about. But I just like how the path... Yeah, I guess that's what... I think I understand what I'm experiencing now, yeah. It's because normally there's so many other things that are happening that the player has to keep track of that they can basically look... I saw the blue glow. I was like, I know what that is. The player can basically just look for a moment, and then they have to fight, or they have to sail, or the wind goes a different direction, right? So I guess you just don't get the same space to view the scenery as you do on the Enigma paths. So as a result, the same scenery feels a bit different. I guess because it kind of feels like I could just jump off the path at any moment and go check it out. Whereas on the boat, I very much felt like if I get off the boat, I'm gonna die. And like, that's fine. I can do that knowing I'm gonna die. But getting off the boat, yeah, in Valheim, you get off the boat, I don't know, you die. That's how it seems, right? Jeez. This is a torment. Do you want to make a ladder? This is just so crazy. Honestly, this is even taller. I thought Halder's mountain was really tall, but this is even steeper than that one. This one's nuts. Great place to get death skeetoed, right? You could probably toss some silver up off this mountain and it would land like in this path. Hey, a bunny. I have a feeling that bunny's not long for this world. Alright, now I am almost there, actually. This is the path that goes right by Haldor. The original Halder. So, oh, I got lucky again. I'm gonna be smart and get a spawn point there and try and find some food. I am not digging this relying on the RNG with the Death Skeeto because I don't actually have enough stamina to outrun them. So... also, if I fall off the roof, I'm gonna die. So how do I do this? I guess I can slide, right? Can slide down here. Parkour mode. These are the little nuances that, I don't know, like, I wouldn't enjoy playing Valheim like this constantly. But there's something about being very vulnerable that just, something happens. Something magical. Ayo! It's a lot of stashes. Sweet spot. Oh, hey. Cool, I didn't even have to make a bed. That's great. Alright, let's see if we can find some food. Oh, Teensy. Teensy must have some food here somewhere. Let's see. I could take some stuff to make things easier later, but I like the idea of starting on this Plains Island and seeing what happens. So I'm gonna just stick with the same restraints, except for food. I will take some more food. Just gonna take some average food here. I think that's probably fine. I just need to not be running around with 25 health. And I should get a rested buff, so I'll sit here for a moment. What happened, Hallowa? What did you do? Did you get yeeted back to the spawn as well? Or was that just me? Alright, we got our rested buff here. Alright. You know, I would make a cart. Oof, look at that bear. But for now, I'm not going to worry about it. I'll just deal with finding the progression and stuff. I genuinely want to figure out, like, how will I deal with not having certain things? Like, I don't have a pickaxe yet, right? So normally you couldn't... What couldn't you do with that? I guess you would have to wait until you could smelt to get bronze, right? But how would you normally get bronze in Valheim? You couldn't without a pickaxe, but in Enigma, mining is just one of the ways to get something, right? Ah, you logged out. Alright, that works out. No, don't worry. I don't expect people to play as much as I do, or develop as much as I do. You all got lives, and Valheim isn't your main source of income. Well, I guess right now it's like a third of my main source of income. It's still quite important, though. It pays the rent, so... Grab a pickaxe from your corpse. That'll be my backup plan. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure I can make it work because enemies drop metal. So you can bypass the Eikthyr pickaxe because you just need to get Surtling cores and then you can smelt the metal the enemies drop and then you can go straight into iron or bronze. Or you could just get an iron pickaxe as a world drop just by killing things. Or you could do dungeons and get the progression item So I know of at least 3 different ways to bypass it. But some of these things aren't necessarily as intuitive as I want them to be. So that's why, like, when I'm playing, I'm gonna play in like certain constraints, as you can tell. Like, I'm running around without proper gear. I probably won't progress in a traditional manner at all, and I also might like have really good gear, leave it somewhere, and then go on an adventure in troll leather and then die. Those are the things I'll probably be doing on these live streams, because that way I'm not really limited by the progression of my character. Makes sense, and I can live stream anything. I could be any mechanic. We could do a day where we live stream and we're preparing to fight a boss or whatever. I definitely want to do more kind of group things, but not like, okay, we're all fighting the same monster, because honestly, Valheim, it doesn't really do well when you do that, right? But dynamics where you're doing stuff and other players are nearby and they're doing something, I think that works really well. So I'll probably set up some kind of, like, I don't know, campaign or something where, like, for a week this will be the theme and you can join, and I'll like make supplementary content to show you how to get to that certain point or whatever, right? I'm still not sure exactly how I want to go about it, but I know that I really like these live streams, and as long as I don't let the live streams stop me from making tutorials, then it's okay. They're really healthy. And it also helps me reconnect both with the audience and with the average Valheim player, because that's kind of the next thing I'm going to get into. I've been developing, and I'm pretty used to developing at this point. I'm never going to finish developing. Server fishing contest. We could do that. I think we could definitely do that. Honestly, that would be something that would be kind of funny to do. Like you could do that kind of thing near other people. I don't think it would be too messed up by the lag, right? But what I was getting at, I guess that's my catchphrase now. The point I was trying to make before I distracted myself was that by changing kind of the format of my own progression and how I play, I can learn to play in a way where I play like I'm just playing like I played as a kid. I'm not going to get into that from earlier. I know I already dabbled in the dark arts of deep subjects and death enough for this live stream, so I won't subject you all to that again. Yeah, I can commit to only doing that once or not at all each stream. But I referenced how when I was younger, I had these experiences in games that were more positive, right? And how did I end up over here? That's funny. Oh no, this is where the Desquito got me. I remember now. Yeah, I remember. Devil. Did our house burn down? What happened here? I'll get back to it. But I think Hal's right. I would surmise that a lock's stomped close enough there to AoE damage the beds and destroy them. So basically, I was stupid and I put the bed on the vulnerable side of the path. Like an idiot. I'll do better next time. But what I was explaining about with the like immersion and the experiences I had as a kid in gaming, I'm trying to like tap into that with the server, and I see how it's like a whole thing, if that makes sense. I used to think that when you play the game, you're playing the game, but when you're not playing the game, you're not playing the game. I see now that it's not that simple. You're actually always playing the game in your head. Always, constantly, at all times, when you're interested in something. I'm not saying you're thinking about it, But like when you actually get into a video game, that game world exists in your head. Like, I know this Valheim world in my head. I can describe where things are in my head, just like how other Palm players could tell you where things are without being logged into the game, right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that kind of that copy of the world that develops from within. Make sense? And so what I used to think is you're only playing the game when that game is in front of you. But then over time, and as I had more experiences as an adult in different games, came to understand that it is a lot more complicated than that. Because you're never actually in the game, you're always in your head. So you never actually get out of that. No one does. And it's an interesting thing to know about as a game from a like game development perspective, because if you think about it, the game doesn't actually end when they log out, does it? It's still bouncing around in their heads even though they're not playing right now. And this is sort of a, you could call this a philosophical perspective. Everybody has their feelings about game design. One of my big ones is that the game designer is the one who is responsible. I view player behavior as like water flowing down a hill, and the game designers put the hill there. So, from my perspective, there's no way for a player to abuse a game. There's only badly designed games that allow players to abuse them, or games that, you know, do that kind of thing. So I was just mentioning that because I know, like, I have an intense sort of philosophy of responsibility. So I feel responsible for the world around me, and it constantly puts me at odds with other people in society because generally the attitude is you're not responsible for the things around you. I don't have that experience. I feel fundamentally responsible for everything I see because I perceive that if I don't do something about it, it's not like someone else is going to. So if I want a problem to be fixed, I have to fix it. Or I have to inspire someone to fix it. I can't just wait for people to behave. Like, that's not going to happen. Maybe I'm just bitter or cynical, but that's my attitude. And when it comes to game design, when you view the players as the result of the game design action, it's very different than how a lot of people view game design. A lot of players they give like the players more authority than I do. From my perspective, the player, like, yeah, if the player is abusing the game, that's the game designer's fault. If the player harms themselves by playing the game, that's the game designer's fault. And this is why I'm pointing this out, because I know a lot of people don't agree with this. Like, a lot of people would say a company like Blizzard, they're allowing people to hurt themselves, but it's the people playing who are hurting themselves. I don't look at it that way. If I was Blizzard, I would stop what I was doing because I feel responsible for things. So from my perspective, the way people behave when they play World of Warcraft is Blizzard's fault. It's their responsibility. It's very black and white. So I think that I know that people don't agree with that socially, but when it comes to developing video games, that kind of black and white thinking is actually quite useful because it means that you don't even think about kind of who the player is as a person, which is normally what people would do, right? They think about the skill level of the player, blah, 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 blah. Whereas in this case, you don't even bother with any of that because you just focus on how does the game mechanic work and how do people behave when they interact with that mechanic. And that determines everything. Absolutely everything. Makes sense? And in development on something like Path of Magic, that has become uh maybe a staple. I don't want to call it like a brand of Enigma, but it's almost like the world makes itself because people play on it and things can be improved. It really isn't about me. Like, I know that I make decisions, so to speak. I determine things. I deal with people's drama sometimes. But ultimately, that's not why it exists. It exists because Valheim is a game people can play, and EWP is a mod that allows people to change Valheim. So as long as people are playing on Enigma, I essentially have unlimited things to do. Makes sense? So that's why, like, Enigma is something I launched, but is it something that will ever be done? Is it something that will ever be finished? I don't know. I mean, why would I? Why would I finish something if I can make a development cycle that I love, that's consistent, that allows me to be inspired and practice game design? I mean, why stop, right? Like, but again, this is a philosophical thing because I've been told by players, like, isn't it time to stop? Haven't you added enough mechanics? You know, like, people have said that to me. I'm not saying everyone feels that way. I'm definitely not saying people want that either. But, you know, it's something to consider. Yeah, I see. So this is what happened earlier. A Lox came over here, and he YOLO'd over here. But probably if I'm here, I'm fine. Nice. Good to know. Yeah, Jake figured it out. I just have to build on the other side. You guys are smart. You've been doing this longer than I have. Jeremiah says, one of the reasons I have so much time into Valheim is because of the community. Yeah, I feel you. Really. I mean, like, if I didn't make content and I didn't get involved with that, I wouldn't feel like I could just endlessly work on it, right? But, like, Valheim isn't one thing to me. It's a very flexible thing, and, like, it's interesting. So what do you think, Jeremiah? You said it's because of the community. Let me ask you a question. Is it because... Okay, did you put a lot of time into Valheim because of the Valheim community? Or did you put a lot of time into Valheim because Valheim is a game that when you played it, you found yourself more involved in communities? Does that make sense? I'll write it in the chat to better articulate the question. Um, okay, there we go. I asked in the chat, and if anyone wants to respond there, that'd be great. So what I'm trying to figure out is make a distinction, because I've often heard this phrase, actually, and I've also said this myself, that the community, Valheim, the Valheim community, it implies there is one whole piece, right? And I don't know about you, but I'm incredibly disconnected from the average Valheim player. I don't know who most Valheim players are. I know there's between 10 and 60,000 of them. English is not the main language that most of them speak. I don't know who the Valheim community is. Does that make sense? So I often wonder, because I hear people say that again, and also for me, but do any of us really know who the Valheim community is? Because even let's say we talk about being supportive and cooperative, I don't know if it's accurate to say the Valheim community itself is supportive and cooperative, to be honest. There was a lot of drama with the modders, and back in the day, like, there's reasons that the modding and vanilla Valheim are like a very separate thing. And if you're in the main Valheim Discord, there's weirdness about modding. I wouldn't say it's encouraged or necessarily supported. People are very fearful. There's a lot of fear and ignorance about mods in general in the Valheim community. And even if you look at people who use mods in the community itself, who are we talking about here? Because the average view, or the average duration of a Steam Valheim account is 60 hours. Obviously, this is averages, but that essentially means that the normal person who plays Valheim stops playing by 60 hours. Make sense? So it's something interesting to think about, because from my perspective, everyone I know uses mods. Everybody I know uses some level of quality of life mod or runs a server with server dev commands. Everybody uses mods. But if you actually look at the Valheim player base, those 10 to 60,000 people who are on playing Valheim at any given moment, very few of them use mods. So you see what I mean? Like, I maybe it's because I've talked to people and I have access to like analytics over time, and I know a couple other YouTubers and content creators, but the more I learn about the Valheim scene, the more I believe that I don't think anyone really does understand it, to be honest. We all seem to be kind of like we're living in our own worlds. Like, I'm living in this world of server community people who make worlds and they know about scripting and they're friendly to mods. But then that changed, right? You know, so it makes me wonder. And I don't mean, whenever I question something, I'm not trying to disagree or anything. I'm just one of those irritating people who questions everything and ponders things. And if I notice inconsistencies, I'm like, maybe I shouldn't trust that. You know what I mean? But I think I understand how I feel now. Because Jeremiah Hunter says, it's you here now, sharing and being friendly. The modder battle was, I believe, more because of plus in these things. Yeah, that makes sense. So I guess I think I understand. When we say the Valheim community, yeah, it's hyperbolic speaking, right? We're speaking as if there is one central Valheim community. And that's what confuses me, because it's just not true, right? Everyone, like, there's a whole bunch of little groups, but I mean, even if you look at the Valheim Discord, I never, for some reason, I was never able to get into that Discord and feel like I could find people who were cool to play with. I didn't really try that hard, but it didn't feel right. I don't know. Like, I know you're instructed to just join that Discord, look for people to play with, but I found that to be a jarring experience when I tried. Maybe that's just luck, or I don't know what that was about, to be honest. But let's see, Give Me Acid or Fishmaster said, VR Valheim is what kept me around. Oh, virtual reality Valheim, that sounds crazy. That's interesting. So could you elaborate more on that? Like, if you're playing vanilla Valheim on a normal computer, how does that feel different to you than playing virtual reality vanilla Valheim? Because I personally don't know much about VR. It's not something that I study, because I focus on things that I believe in the future I can reach a lot of people with. And I personally think that VR is kind of a niche thing. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that it needs a headset, it needs equipment, it needs money. A phone or even a cheap computer these days is more accessible to people, if that makes sense. So I usually focus on these more traditional formats for video games. But I'd love to learn more about how you feel about playing Valheim in virtual reality as well. I mean, I know so little about that. I've barely heard of people using VR. I haven't researched it very much. I've seen a couple YouTube videos, not about Valheim, but about like using virtual reality, and I watched one recently about playing Skyrim in virtual reality and what that was like, and it was like a video essay all about that, right? That was pretty cool. But what do you think? What was the experience like for you? And let's see, Matt the Lumberjack says, there isn't a lot of replayability with Valheim without mods. Yeah, I mean, I don't... I completely agree with you. Absolutely. In my head, vanilla Valheim will last up to 100 hours. Modded Valheim is like exponentially more. Makes sense? I mean, thousands of hours, you know? Like, what seems to be normal in the content creator scene is like, they usually have in the thousands. So like between like maybe like 900 hours and like 12,000 hours of Valheim. That seems to be pretty normal. I played, I think my account has like 4,400 hours or something. But almost all of that is me developing and like scripting with the game running and stuff. I don't know how much Valheim I've actually like played just normally. And as I mentioned, I have a problem with that. I need to like reconnect with the player to better understand how it feels and everything, right? Let's see. Then Monster Lord said, when I play solo, I can play the game however I want. I have close to 2,000 hours in Valheim, and yeah, I do mods these days. Mostly quality of life. Hey, I mean, that's how I feel too. Really. I mean, you're all... Yeah. Maybe, like, that's the thing. Is it that once you play Valheim for more than a certain amount of time, it's like maybe the chance that you're using mods goes up a lot. Does that make sense? So maybe it starts and like the chance you're using mods, if you have like 10 hours on your Valheim account, is pretty low. But let's say you have 100, it's probably really high. You know what I mean? I just know that there's enough confusion and mistrust in the modding scene that a lot of people don't even try mods. Like, they think they're going to destroy their world, they're going to break the character, they're going to destroy everything, which is hilarious because it's all just, like, recreatable, right? I mean, you have to mod your world... well, okay, I guess that's... You could mod a world to a point where it's unplayable because it gets broken by an update because you modded it too much and added too many different mod creators and there's too many points of failure, right? But I mean, if you do okay, let me put it this way. This world file started in 2023. Technically. It's an old world file. Like, literally, it's old. I had to add the ashlands to it and everything. And, like, yeah, people play on it constantly. So, I don't know. When you use vanilla, like, friendly stuff, it's really compatible. It lasts a lot longer. It's not much of a problem, at least from my perspective. But I guess I'm biased because I'm used to that, right? It is possible to, like, brick yourself with Valheim mods, I suppose. Let's see, Monster Lord says, I generally have an on-off relationship with games, not just Valheim. I mean, that's how it should be, right? I don't think it's healthy to play something every single day of your life. Like, even if you're into it, for me, I can't... Okay, like, sometimes I could do that. I have the time, basically, right? But when I do that, I'm miserable. It's not something I enjoy. I don't like waking up, using the computer until I go to bed and repeating that, it's miserable. Even if I do things that genuinely bring me a lot of joy, like playing Valheim and making content and these kind of things. And scripting especially is incredibly meaningful for me. I can just script and script and script. It just, yeah, my consciousness just seems meant for it. I don't know how to explain it. It's like, takes no effort to exist if I'm scripting, but it takes a lot of effort to exist if I'm not. That's how it feels. But I think it's something similar what you said, basically. Yeah, Monster Lord. This is the original. Not only is this the original Path to Ashland's seed, it's the original Path to Ashland's world. This is that world. It still has the players' buildings. It's got the bodies from when people got lost years ago and then quit and never found their stuff. It's the same world. I just added all the scripts and that made it like different, right? And at this point, Path of Magic, because of the YouTube channel, is a persistent Valheim world, which is very unusual. Right, I'm not saying it's the only one, I'm not saying it's the most popular one, but generally persistent Valheim worlds, especially persistent Valheim worlds that are active, it's almost unheard of, right? So, most of the time what people do, they have a server run for like 3 months, and then it ends, and that's it, it's over, no more. Now, let's see. It's so funny. I've just completely given up on rest. It is kind of funny to play a version of Valheim where you can't sleep and you have to tolerate the night. I can't sleep above those locks. It's pretty funny. But to get back to what Monster Lord was saying about an on-off relationship with games, I think that's important. Like, really, like, okay, I do a lot with Valheim, right? And like I said, I have a pretty luxurious life. I don't have much money at all. Like, I don't have a car or anything. I don't own the place I live in. I don't really have capital, if that makes sense. But my lifestyle is really lucky. It's my dream life. I just get to do what I want to do, and I earn enough money from a very part-time job and my YouTube content to scrape by and go into credit debt sometimes, but like be able to do that for years instead of months in the US. Makes sense? So ultimately I have a lot of time, and what I'm getting at is that when I do that, what you describe, if I just play a game over and over and over again, no matter how good the game is, it's a miserable experience. Like, for me, I have to have balance, and like I can stream and play Valheim and do these things because I have a simple life where I have a garden with hens and I can sit in the dirt with the hens and it's just easier. So that gives me balance, but I get really tired of playing games and being on the computer. And like, for example, for me to have the best vibe I can have, so to speak, when I'm streaming, I have to stop using the computer for a while before that. I can't just, hey, it's Ken. Hello, hello. I can't just, like, if I use the computer for 4 or 5 hours and then I stop, or I start, sorry, if I use the computer for 4 or 5 hours and then I start streaming, I'm going to be, like, miserable and unhappy and not enjoy it. But if I use the computer and then I take a break, so when I start streaming, I haven't been looking at the computer for the past 2 hours, oh, I have a great experience. So, like, for me, it works really well to garden and do my chores and move my body and get a little bit of exercise and get used to things. And then after that, I just use the computer. And so this is all a rant because of what Monster Lord said about having an on and off relationship with games. I think that's totally normal. It's natural, and it's healthy to take some time away from things. And I'll share one other observation I've had. To this point, I've managed this server for a while, right? I've seen a lot of people come and go. Around 200 unique souls have come to this world and left later, right? So I've seen how long they play, what they talk about, you know, kind of gauged how they seem to be behaving. And I can tell you with like clockwork, a player who plays every day, all day, after 2 weeks becomes a problem. It's like almost always. They get emotional, they get mad about something, and then I end up with like a long rant about how I'm wrong, about what I'm doing, or whatever. Like, that's what happens pretty much. And people, they tend to quit very dramatically. So the people who play all day, constantly, they like burn themselves out a lot, I guess. And then when they quit, it's like they get in a fight with another person, they get in a fight with me, they get in a fight with themselves, whatever. They rage quit. It's like normal, to the point where if I see a player who's constantly logged on for more than like a couple days in a row, I just assume there's going to be a problem. Like, I'm not saying that that's always the case. But it goes back to what I was trying to get at earlier. Like, video games and suffering, they come hand in hand. And that's the kind of thing I was trying to get at about the philosophy, the game design philosophy I adhere to, so to speak. There's a lot of things that I believe in that other people wouldn't really agree with if I explained it to them. But when they play the games, or the things I work on, in this case, the server, right? They enjoy it. But then if I explain the logic that I use to develop, it doesn't make sense to them. You know? Which I guess, you know, works out well. It means I'm in a very unique position. Oh, that was a fire arrow. I didn't even realize that. Alright, good to know. My God, one of these fueling is going to end up on this path soon. I can feel it. Oh no! You're brave, Ken. Oh, you have a feather cape. You're going to be fine. I almost fell in that ravine a couple times, and I don't think I'd be as lucky as you are. You're quite zippy and strong. I'm still weak and fragile. Let's see. Yeah, the Monster Lord says, it is one of the oldest worlds. Let's say it like that. Yeah. I mean, if you think of it in Valheim days, the Path of Magic world is at like 22,000. And that's why we have a day system. Because I noticed if people see a big number when they join the server, they feel FOMO. They immediately feel like they're missing out. And so now I obfuscate it. They don't feel like they're missing out because it says year 79 or year 52, day 4. And they're like, whoa, day 4, awesome. They don't do the math for the year thing because they don't have that archetype set up in their heads, right? I mean, that's what I assume. I don't know how it actually works. I just observed that people are less alienated by the year-day system compared to a big day number. They react badly to seeing that. Let's see. So, and then Monster Lord said, and honestly, these days, I don't really play Valheim anymore. I just go into it in order to build stuff and hammer mode and that kind of thing. Hey, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. If it wasn't for EWP and YouTube, I would be the same. Like, and that's what kind of motivates me, you know, is like, I think a lot of people will really enjoy scripting and making their own Valheim worlds and this whole scene and situation. It's just the problem is they need more examples. They need to see it. And culturally, the average Valheim player base just isn't really ready for it yet. You know? I can tell just by like how people behave when they join. They're very hesitant, and they're very quick to assume that something is broken because it's just unreliable, because the mod's unreliable. When really, if it's broken, it's because I scripted an unreliable script. EWP itself is incredibly reliable. It's more reliable than Valheim itself, to be honest. So it's just a funny position for me to be in. It's sort of like if you climb up a tower or something, and you're the same as other people. You have the same eyes, but because you are in a relatively more advantageous perspective, you can see further with the same amount of effort. You can see things other people can't see. Makes sense? I think that having a YouTube channel sort of does that a little bit. It makes this sense of, you notice these patterns and tropes, right? And like, I'm very aware I'm in a bubble, whereas others feel like their bubble is the bubble more. You know what I mean? And these are all things that over time we learn by exposing ourselves to other people, but that is really time consuming. And as Monster Lord said, like, it's not really natural to just keep playing a game over and over and over and over and over again, especially if you're like playing it all day. It's really unusual. And I don't ever want to get, like, I'm not trying to make games like that, but I'm trying to make games that are addictive because of how fun they are. Not addictive because I know how to get a human addicted using psychology. You know what I mean? But that seems to be what's like more normal. You know? It all goes back to what we were talking about earlier, right? And here we go. I've been chatting a bunch, so let's see. Let's get back to getting kind of in the Valheim zone here. Alright, we got our chests. We've been putting a bunch of stuff in here. Ken was kind enough to give us some lox meat and some grilled necktail. Nice, nice. Now, I want to think a little bit. I know how I can get metal. I just have to kill goblins, and goblins drop metal. But how do I get surtling cores? How do I do that? Oh, there's a swamp. Hey! Alright, I'm going to the swamp. I think that's how it's going. Let's see, while I'm doing that, I'll look at, I asked Fishmaster about his VR experiences, and let's see what he said. Alright. So, he said that combat feels amazing, parrying and swimming your weapons feels super impactful, and the VHHR settings in the game is very useful and helpful. And y'all can see my movements in VR with the VHHR mod. See your movements in VR. Don't I normally see your movements in VR because I see you move through Valheim? I guess I don't understand that part. So, it sounds like, in general, it makes simpler tasks more satisfying and more fun. So, what about, like, hunting? What about, like, shooting deer or something with a bow? Is that something that's fun in VR? Because I really like doing that just normally, so I feel like I could see how that would be really cool. So it sounds like it's the kind of high octane moments. Is that right? The thrilling moments that get you with VR. Is that what you like about it? I could see that, how maybe like a game where you're just listening to story all the time doesn't seem that different in VR, right? But a game where you have a lot of action and things you need to do, maybe that one would be more thrilling in virtual reality, right? I'm just trying to imagine, like, outside of action, outside of intense moments, you know, what is it like? Well, I'm trying to figure out what situation VR like shines in, and what kind of games might not even be worth playing unless they're in VR. But when they're in VR, they really shine. You know what I mean? I'm trying to understand, like, what does VR do for people? Because I've always felt like when I'm into a game, I'm into it. Like, I'm in the world. Maybe that's because I've been playing games my whole life, but I don't really understand how I could get more into the world when I'm already, like, totally immersed and happy. If that makes sense. But I assume that others don't have as much ease getting immersed, right? I really have a lot to learn about people, to be honest. But the first thing is to admit I don't know. And that's how I can learn. Oh, he can shoot me back. All right, all right, all right. Let's see. And then... Okay, and so he keeps talking about VR, and... okay, I asked about the movements, and Give Me Acid said, y'all can see my movements in VR. If you don't have the mod, you see me do a default janky anime. Okay. So, like, the character moves around all weird or something if you don't have a mod. That would make sense. Oh, salvation. You see what just spawned? Our salvation. For some reason, I don't feel like using other players' stuff, but when it comes to a Verger Fire Mage showing up, I am happy to see how far he will carry me. Gonna get this rested buff. Exploration. Oh, okay, so I can imagine, maybe it's kind of like how, like in a dungeon, if you do a dungeon in third person, it's, well, at least for me, it's simply not as fun as a dungeon in first person. Yet, when I'm playing the rest of Valheim, I have more fun in third person. But when I'm in dungeons, I definitely prefer first person. I think it's because, like, the looking around the corners and all that kind of stuff, but... So I can kind of imagine that when you're using VR, Fishmaster or Give Me Acid, it's like that. It's like the difference between this and this, but then again, right? So does that mean, have you done a dungeon in VR? Imagine doing a palm dungeon. That would probably be pretty scary. You'd have to do it in the dark. Yeah, do it in the dark at night with some creepy music or something. Actually, the dungeons already have some kind of creepy music going on. Yo. Maybe I can just keep attacking stuff. I got a wolf spear now. I got the big monies. All right. I did not get my rested buff. I got distracted talking like a fool. And now, here we have our friend. Hello. A plane scout. I died here. Okay. I see, I see. Why am I not? I keep pressing V. There we go. All right. Plane start. Funny. It's funny. I guess I've noticed when I stream and just talking, it's like it's hard to have a sense of time. And it's definitely, it makes games, I'm like worse at the game, like substantially worse. It's a lot harder to focus because I'm like narrating about nonsense and stuff. But it definitely makes the game more fun, especially seeing you guys all join and when you ask questions in these things. And yeah, it's just really cool. I think for me, like, I think that things are pretty simple, and I don't think I can make games that like change people's lives or really change things that much. But if I can do anything that just helps people like have more fun and feel like they're part of something, I don't know, I'm happy. It's good enough for me. Really? I don't need much. I think that alone would be enough. Why do I feel like there was something else here and now it's gone? Was it this workbench? Oh, maybe someone put a bed there and it burned down? Huh. It's kind of funny. Here, maybe if I do it like this. Ah, this isn't gonna work, is it? Because of that? Here. Get rid of that. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Too exposed? What do you mean too exposed? Of course. Let's actually do it properly. I can do it right here. Alright, we're gonna make a little thing like this. It'll be at an angle. That's okay. Workbench. Where can I make the wood? Ah, there we go. Have you played Valheim if you haven't jankily put shelter on a workbench? Or a bed? I don't know. I feel like that's the crowning achievement of a Valheim player. How little wood can you get away with? Alright, cool. We got that. Now what I need, really, are some fire arrows. But I can't make fire arrows because of the level of the workbench. I see, I see. Well, in that case, it's a good thing I remembered to bring all that flint, isn't it? Sarcasm aside. Flint. Bronze. Okay, yeah. Oof. I forgot that flint is incredibly important. I wonder if Hal has any flint on his body. Got some fire arrows. No flint. No flint. Oh, how do I do that? I guess I should be like training my bow on those Drollgar or something. I'm just gonna keep accumulating a bunch of nonsense here. I'm very amused. I find it very amusing, rather, that people just like run by and like it's kind of funny. It's just like being here and someone will be here for a little bit and then they go off and do their own thing. It's like, oh, it's pretty cool. All right. It's hard to loot stuff from the swamp if I'm all the way up here. So here we go. I'm going to be smart, get a rested buff, and then I'm going to go into the swamp and probably get ganked. But maybe by the time I get ganked, I'll get a couple more items. What I'm looking for, really, is some Surtling cores. Ah, Ken got some. Okay, cool. I'll still go into this crypt. But if you bring some cores, I'll use them afterwards. Or not, I'm not going into the crypt. I'm going into the swamp. I want to see the, you know. Sometimes you need to go into the dark to appreciate the light. And let me know, Fishmaster, when you try doing a dungeon in VR. That sounds cool. Also, if any of you ever, like, I mean, as you can tell, I talk a lot about game design and random things. I'm very much a person who reads stuff you write. So if you write something, or you have an experience in any game, even if it's not Valheim, and, like, you feel like, oh, someone who cares about game design and wants to make games that are good, if you feel like it's relevant, just tell me. Like, you can write something out, or leave a note, or send me a message on Discord, whatever you want, really. I love it when people reach out to me and just share their ideas. It helps me better understand where people are coming from. So even if it's like an idea I can't do or won't do for whatever reason, it's still useful, like genuinely useful. All right, now. Whoa, 2-star. Whoa, did you see that? He almost kebabbed me. That was brutal. I'm gonna use the spear from earlier here. Alright, magic spear. What does this one do again? It heals me. Alright. Doesn't really matter much. Wait, does it heal him? No. Tragic. He's gonna get ganked by this goblin. Wait, does the fire hurt me? No! It doesn't. I was so excited. I thought I had something. Alright. Okay, I can't parry this guy, and if one of his hits lands on me, he will get me. So I have to use the fact that Valheim has this very repetitive system that all the monsters use that you can learn, and once you learn the system, then basically you won't be killed in one-on-one combat unless you're not paying attention. 'Cause they always follow an exact pattern. They'll try and attack once. At least these throwing ones. You have to adjust their data, and then you can get them to kind of vary a bit, but as you can see, he tries to attack me, and then he moves. He could just keep trying to attack me, right? But he never does. He never, ever, ever will throw 2 spears at me in a row. Ever. Throws one, and then he moves. And then he's going to throw another one, and then he's going to move. Sometimes you get a little bit more time in between each attack, but this is the same system that most of the game uses. So that's one of the reasons I added the tough monsters, because I found that the game itself, once you learn this little mechanic, it's kind of trivial, really. So all that it really needed was for monsters to have different kinds of behavior to throw the player off, and for there to be lots of monsters, and then it's not so easy, right? But especially if you're patient, like if you have a knife or something, knife's really good for this strategy because you can attack really quickly before you're vulnerable. So you just go and then you land like 2 attacks or whatever, and then you're good, and then you land your attacks, and then you're good. Looks like we'll get this guy though. You can tell when they're going to attack because they do that. They do this kind of spin thing. They like stand still and then they're like, ah, see, he's doing it. He's going to attack me. And he's right-handed, so that actually affects. If you dodge to the, like if you go this way, and he's facing you, I should always dodge to the right. It's more efficient. And if I dodge to the left, I can go into his attack by mistake. Uh-oh. See, now he's doing the thing. He's going to throw it. Little devil. Yeah. I've learned you can get greedy and go in for those extra attacks. That's what Dark Souls teaches you. That's how you die. Just wait for the openings and then repeat the pattern, right? It's not too complicated. Oh! That's funny. You can turn her. Wait, how did I do that? What? Okay, I throw and turn around. Huh! That's funny. I didn't know you could move your character backwards and still throw the spear the way you're looking. Alright, all of that, and look, didn't get anything for fighting those goblins. Classic RNG gods. Alright, well, I'm still alive, though. I mean, that's kind of cool. They killed my friend. I guess I'll forgive them for now. I need these feathers. Suspicious. Suspicious. Look at that Droger. Just chilling over there. This whole area looks suspicious. What is that? Oh, it's a vulture. Oof. Okay, okay. Still scary, but I thought it was a fallen Valkyrie, and I was like, how the hell? Interesting. Hello there. You're gonna... they're kind of squishy. Oh god, they're so fast! Oh my gosh! I did not realize they were that fast. No. Leave me alone. Holy smokes, they're fast. Did I make these faster? Is this normal? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I know I shot you with an arrow, but I thought you would die. This tree's gonna save me. Ah! These things move so fast, holy smokes. Well, I gotta say, this feels more like fighting a bird than I remember. What is different about this thing? Why is it... I swear in the Ashlands they felt like clunkier. This thing is playing me. He's... Oh gosh. Dang, he's so fast. Ah, I see, I gotta go after the attack. Okay. Just like with the goblin, I learned earlier. He goes in for like a swipe, right? Oof. Yeah, that should have hit me. I got lucky though. I dodged it. Okay. This is why I don't like doing dodge rolls, because I've been able to just scrape by my whole Valheim career, just never dodge rolling. I just run away from everything. Like this. Can I jump on you? Maybe I can get on top of him, actually. Oh. Come on. You just gotta land it right. Hiya! Oh, nope. Didn't work. Ah, I see. I gotta do it after he attacks. Alright, I'm done trying to jump on him. I'm just gonna try and kill him now. Alright, let's change our strategy here. I should be using a spear. Oh, I have shift run on. No wonder I'm getting messed up. It doesn't work well for my dodge strategy. Oops. Funny. Okay, he attacks. I attack. Oh, nope. Ran out of stamina. Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, what was that? What's that? Oh, that's you! Okay. I thought that was a charred ballista. I was like, oh no. Safe journey to me? Who's telling me a safe journey? No, my spear! Ken comes and saves the day, thank you. Hey, a Surtling trophy. That's a funny drop. Where'd my spear go? I threw it off somewhere into the distance, of course. Classic. You wanna go? You wanna go, Mr. Droger? Wait, why am I walking? What's going on here? I don't know how that works. Where'd my spear go? I want my spear. It's funny how much easier it is. Just a player who has good gear is like, now the world's not dangerous for me anymore. I'll still find ways to die, though. Do you see a spear anywhere? I guess some things never change, right? Like losing spears. I even made... The spear has this, like, pulsing thing to make finding it easier. Doesn't seem to be helping me very much. Well, good answer, no. For some reason, I didn't expect him to actually answer that question. Let's see, what's this? Oh, a spear! Hey, I found it. All is good in the world. I have my one powerful weapon back. Oh. Was that a death... Was I about to get death skeetoed there, or what happened? I don't even know what happened there. It's freaking me out. Alright. I'm gonna go actually fight some things. I got my spear. I should be fine with a wolf spear, to be honest. Pretty strong. Ooh. Feathers! Feathers mean fire arrows. And I'm wet. Ugh. Tragic. Alright, let's... How should I handle this? Walking into the swamp. Oh, I know what I can do. There's this cute little hut. Can hang out here. Hello, Mr. Droger Elite. Take my only weapon. Sort of worked. No, you weren't supposed to then come and get me. Ooh, nice house, nice house. The down payment though? Uh-oh. Oh no! Not what I was trying to do. There's floors in that house. No, wait. There's holes in that house. That's what I meant to say. Holes in the floor. Ah, grammar. Grammar will always be the death of me. Alright. So, I could run around. I'm good at running around. And if I run around with arrested buff, then I might actually find a Surtling. I kind of feel like finding one of those, what are those things? They're like fonts of fire or something. You know what I'm talking about? The things in the swamp. Hey, why did I get up? No, I want to sit. Ah, I never typed it right. I see. That'll do it. I don't know, though. We'll see. I like this spot, though. I'm happy. When I first go somewhere, I need to kind of like run around a bit, chat there for a bit. Helps me imagine. Hey, you found the fire thing? Awesome. All the cores. Yeah, the Surtling are kind of funny because you could find 4 Surtling and then not get a single drop from them that worked. Or you could just kill 1 and it drops like 10. They're fun to find, to be honest. In the burial chambers when I was doing the playtesting, it worked really well. I got quite happy finding Surtling. Oh, that looks eventful. I see goblins and wraiths. Where did I die? I died over there in that little hut. So, where's some deeper water? Do you think this water is deep enough for me to jump in? There's only one way to find out. Where's some deeper water? I guess I should go a little bit further away. That looks promising. Here we go. I'm gonna jump. Oh, he saw me. Wait. I don't have any way to fight you, mister. Hiya. I gotcha. I gotcha. Okay. New mission. Get corpse run. Oh! Oh, that's funny. I love it when the camera gets yeeted off into the distance like that. It's really funny. Is that music in my ear? Does that mean it's not nighttime anymore? Oh, look at that bird. I want its feathers. Gonna take this bow for a moment. Feels wrong. There we go. Oh, the feathers. Yeah. Need feathers? Because you need feathers to make fire arrows. But to make the fire arrows, you need some flint. Not something I had the wisdom to acquire. Could go get it another time. Probably won't. What do you think the chances are that Wraith is still over there? I think he probably is. But I'm gonna go in anyway. Yeah, he's flying away from me now. Because I have a feeling that I'll have fun if I jump. I just want to see if I can jump off this thing and land in the water. Feel like a paratrooper or something. That's the kind of things I have fun doing. Oh, I can get corpse run. Yeah, I'm like a god now. Whoa, what's gonna happen? Oh. Nice. I survived. Although I'm definitely in the swamp now. I love that. Going from like relative safety to like, oh, now I'm here. Can't get back up there. It's like a cool moment. Oh, yeah, there is a fire font. That must be the one Ken was talking about. The lightning next to it. I wonder if he has anything to do with that lightning. Yo, this is like a decent swamp. Where's my body, though? It's over here somewhere. Hey, there it is. What was that? My spear. Right? Yeah, I got my spear. No, thank you. Mr. Droger, would you kindly leave me be before all of your friends come over here as well? Uh-oh, uh-oh, oh! Ew, I got so lucky. Oh my god, I was definitely gonna die there. I got lucky though. He just barely missed me. Ah! Now it's time to get yeeted by a dead skeeto. Actually, this is a pretty good place to fight him. I got corpse run. And got my wolf spear. Here we go. I could probably take a hit, right? Yeah, bubble time. I know how to play Path of Magic, I swear. Alright, I got a bubble. The shield, this guy should be fine. Yeah, once you get a good pierce weapon, to be honest, goblins aren't actually that crazy. They are my favorite thing to fight. I don't know why, though. There's something about how they're like little people. Like little green men. I don't know why. It's just highly amusing. Nice. How much damage does this spear do? 75. Okay, that's why. I was like, I feel like it's quite strong. It's only level 1. Yeah, it's because I went I went from a flint axe to a fang spear. It's funny. Good progress though. Slowly getting more random stuff. Wait! When did we get this? Did any of you see when I got this? Yeah, so Monster Lord. Yes, you're right. You do need resin for fire arrows. It's true. But if you didn't bring any flint, then you can't make any fire arrows because your workstation is only at level 1. And the level 2 and level 3 things require flint, and the other ones require metal. So, yeah, that's our little situation here. Probably, I mean, realistically, I could just probably find some flint somewhere else very easily. It's not that much of a problem. For now, though, it's kind of a cool spot. I like hanging out where where monsters fight monsters. Like, what's this guy doing? Ah, that keeps confusing me. Is that new? I swear my character didn't used to move. Like, once I... Oh, can toss the cores. I see, I see. Thank you. That makes so much more sense. I was like, how did I get exactly what I need in my inventory? Yeah, you little bastard. Little green devil. Poke you. For all the players who died to your laughter. Yeah, you see what I keep doing that. Yeah, so I think that must be something that changed when they updated the hitboxes of the spear. But I feel like before, if you threw the spear, you got like locked into the spear throwing animation. Whereas now, if I throw it and then I turn around, I face the opposite direction. So, yeah, I don't know what that's about. Oh, maybe they made it so it's based on where you... No, this is not carrying where I'm looking. I don't know. I give up. See you, Jeremiah. Have fun with your dog. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, Monster Lord. I often forget about those things as well. It's kind of funny, actually, because... Yeah, I'll like prepare and get a whole bunch of stuff, and then I forgot that, you know, the level 1 crafting thing needed that other thing, and I forgot it, and... That is really confusing me. That body language twist is very bizarre. Odd, odd, odd. Here we go, though. My plan, I'm just gonna keep running around like a lunatic. Try and get some actual... Oh, an archer! I wish archers could accidentally shoot their own guys sometimes. I feel like that might be more Uh-oh, third hit, kill him. Okay, lucky. Freaking archers. 2-star archers, Droger archers, these are like the bane of early Valheim. They used to clip into the rocks at the grave, and you would just get farmed by these things, and you couldn't see them. So that was kind of frustrating for people. Oh, I was just about to say how the angle works too. If you run away from an archer, you're gonna die. You gotta run perpendicular. I got my 90-degree wrong. I did the math wrong in my head, so I took an arrow to the knee. Well, I guess that wasn't the knee, was it? That was like the soul. I'm happy about this wolf spear, though. There we go. Let's sit here for a moment. Get my rested buff. Enjoy this tea here. Yeah. Good stuff. All right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna explore this swamp a little bit, and then I'll like show off the Konar Tower to you guys, because I can't actually do Slayer. I'm not strong enough. Slayer was designed as it's like a mid to end game thing. So I could get a Slayer task that I could do, but I could also easily get a Slayer task that I'm nowhere near ready for. Some of them ask you to, like, you could be asked to kill a Bone Moor, you could be asked to kill a Fallen Valkyrie, you could be asked to kill Boar while you're wearing a set of flame metal armor. So I just don't have the resources to do any of those kind of things yet. It's designed around the idea of, like, all right, you got a whole base, you're ready, you're an equipped Viking, and you need some things to sink your teeth into. That's the idea. So I wasn't trying to make it accessible in the early game, which is like the opposite mentality I normally have. Damn, that was some deep water. That worked out well. Yeah, I got... Oh, that's the archer! For some reason I thought he had a spear as well. Are you gonna give me back my spear? I feel like he's not going to. Okay, how do I get this? He shoots me, but I then have to swim. I don't think I should try and get that spear. I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to make him move. And then... Come on, buddy. There we go. Okay, now I gotta keep my eyes on him. But as long as I move perpendicular to him when he shoots, I'll be fine. Alright. He's gonna shoot me, and then I'm gonna jump. Uh-oh. Oh, I got too slow. Eee, did you see that? That was so close. Oh, the freaking water. It almost got me. Oh, I waited a moment too long to move there. I got a little... What? What? Ah, there you are. Ken keeps saving my life. It's pretty cool, actually, to have, like, support from up above. Feels very, like, war gamey. Honestly, I'm excited to do a Charred Fortress at some point with some other people. I've only playtested them, but I definitely made them, like, to be, like, something I could enjoy a lot. I generally like things that are unpredictable. Surprise, surprise. Die, die, die! Uh-oh. Oof. Brutal. I don't think I can take a 2-star archer, even with Corpse Run. I mean, I can't take a hit. I wonder, do you see, I get these, like, graphical flickering things sometimes. I don't know if it's my monitor, or what. I wonder if you guys can see that in the stream. It's sort of like a band of static that goes over the screen just for a couple seconds. I wonder if it's like my computer overheating or what. Maybe it's just a weak cable. Uh-oh, I'm being greedy, greedy. Oh, whoa. Uh-oh. Don't shoot me. Oh! Oh, I thought the tree would save me there. It didn't. No luck. Hey, more gaming. Welcome. Jorno's here. Good to see you. Good to see you. Also on Twitch. I actually see people look at the Twitch sometimes. Must actually... Maybe I should pay more attention to that. I've been also streaming to Twitch, but... Oh, no, I need a rested buff. But earlier, yeah, I just sort of ignored it because I had no idea how to do anything on Twitch, and then the people who would talk would trick me. And they'd be like, oh, hello. Oh, what's this game? Oh, I do arts. Add me on Discord. God damn it. How many times? That's just like a trope, isn't it? I swear, that happens so much. It's like the Twitch experience. You gotta be conned into thinking someone's actually watching you, but they're just trying to scam you. Or sell their Discord things. I don't even know what they sell. Like, why are there so many artists who do that? Are they even artists? I guess the idea is like, oh, if you have a good art on your banner, you will make all the money, even if you are not a good streamer, so you can buy it. I don't know. I get the vibe that a lot of those things are, you know, how do I put it? Not what they seem. Jake says, have you seen any goblin mode buildings? I just saw the old mechanic popping up. No, I think what you're seeing is when goblins, when they... it's funny. When the goblin drops loot and it gets converted into something else, it will... when the goblin drops loot and it converts the metal, it'll do this little animation and say that oh, I didn't even see him. Wow. That was a nice sniper. Hidden sniper guy there. It'll do an animation basically, and it'll replace the metal with some extra metal. 'Cause I wanted to give more of like a whole game experience to each biome. At least that's the idea. I'm not saying it necessarily worked. But basically, the idea is that the way Valheim is normally made, you start in the meadows, then you do Black Forest. There's like this linear progression. But people often end up just playing in the first two biomes for most of their playthrough, right? So what I'm trying to figure out is how to make the Valheim world in such a way where you can play in whatever biome you choose or you please, right? And you can still have a more whole game experience. That's why there is a bunch of random loot everywhere and why you get, you know, random bits of metal and all these things. I know it's very disorienting, especially in the beginning when you're used to linear systems. But it is actually, it's like what, I think that there's more potential in the Valheim game world when you can be in the swamp, even if you haven't done the Black Forest, or, you know, and like, I know people would say like, oh, that's nuts. You can't do that on Path to Magic because it's really intense. And it's like kind of like that. Like, Path of Magic is not a hardcore experience. I know people talk about it that way, but really, if you know the right mechanics, it's not a hardcore experience at all. It's very much like a thing where you can get so powerful that you're only gonna get killed by bosses or like you messing up for the most part. Unless you're in the Ashlands, the enemies there can just do so much, so much damage. That same skill, I don't know. I think it's because he's red. I literally didn't even register that he was there. I saw the Draugrs, and I was like, dang, there's a lot of Draugr here. I should be careful. But I didn't even see him. Not even a little bit. I'll spice things up this time. I've noticed, actually, when I get into a death loop, if I do the exact same thing each time, it's stressful. But if I just do different things, I have fun. And honestly, just streaming and chatting is fun. But I want to learn, like, a cadence. That's what I'm trying to... I was talking to Fire about this. Like, on one hand, I need to be able to narrate and just, like, narrate and talk, right? But then on the other hand, I want to figure out how I can sort of have a good alternation between narrating and then taking a break for a little bit, and it being about the Valheim world and what's happening here, right? And then narrating, and then taking a little bit of a break, and then narrating, and then taking a break. Cadence. That's what I'm referring to when I say that. But I haven't really learned how to do that. I'm in, like, YouTube tutorial mode where you just talk, fill all the silence. Which is good, because I understand that sort of, like, there's benefit to that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I should be more quiet. It's just, like, I can collect my thoughts and narrate more effectively and more, with, like, more power if I take little breaks, little gaps. Just like that. Not like a long gap, but like what I just did there. Just giving little gaps allows me to form my sentences properly and coherently, and then I can talk while I'm doing something in the game. So it looks like I just need to keep practicing this, and I'll get used to it. But I've learned a lot since I was streaming before. I mentioned that the whole point is now to activate and better connect with people. I know that I'm not going to get popular by streaming, especially streaming Valheim. But at the same time, there's people who can do that, you know, like Spazzy or Snazzy Games. I mean, like, if you watch some of his live streams, he gets almost as much viewership as Valcon itself got. And this is just one Valheim content creator. I think, I don't know if I could be wrong about this, but I'm under the impression that Snazzy and the B-side pretty much are the creators who are in touch with the average Valheim player. Does that make sense? And that's something I've been studying some of Snazzy's content to get a better sense of that, because the live streams and stuff are fine. I'm activating the server. I'm not trying to reach a bunch of people. I'm not trying to be fancy. I'm not trying to do anything crazy. But for the tutorials, I do need to earn my rent from YouTube and these things. And for tutorials, I need to learn how to do things that are less niche, if that makes sense. I'm not saying I need to cater to everybody. I'm never going to do that. But I need to be able to make a video that caters to everybody. You see what I'm saying? There's a little bit of a difference there. It's not that I'm trying to always do that, but I understand, like, for this to work, for me to really do what I'm doing, I have to make it a little bit of everything, if that makes sense. I have to make tutorials, but also do live streams. And, like, I'll be able to get some traction through showing off Enigma and that kind of thing, and people enjoy it, right? But I still need to figure out how to make tutorials that are still relatable to normal Valheim players as well, so that the channel isn't, like, just niche development stuff. Make sense? And that's actually how, like, when I started making Valheim videos, that was the attitude that I had. And those videos did better. Like, they definitely, if you make videos and you target newer players and you effectively isolate the problems new players have and make content about it, it does much better than very niche content like what I make now. Even a perfect EWP video that teaches is still an EWP video. People don't even know that EWP is possible, let alone how to use it, let alone why people might use it. As far as they're concerned, this is just mods. This is a modded server. People don't really grasp what vanilla friendly means and the, you know, the consequences. And that's something I'm trying to like balance and figure out. How do I balance between these two worlds where I know most players are brand new. They're going to play around 60 hours. There's between 10 and 60,000 people at any moment. I know those are the numbers. But how do I better connect with them while continuing to do my niche development stuff that I love? And I think the key is while I'm live streaming and playing, I notice things that happen and then write them down so that I can make content about it, right? But thinking of the perspective of a beginner. But again, in general, I sometimes struggle because it's not even that I know a lot about Valheim. I'm just very used to Valheim, right? So it's hard to remember the very basic stuff that people don't know, while also balancing the fact that if you make it about all the very basic stuff, people have already seen all these things. You know what I mean? Hey, the last Rasputin. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. I feel like Valheim from... Oh, 1 second. Yeah, I got my rested buff. You can get... These statues give you a rested buff. But if you accidentally hit it, then it's going to aggro all the nearby enemies. So it's kind of like a help you hurt you kind of deal. I always thought the evil statues were particularly creepy, so I figured why not give them an actual purpose here. But let me read your comment. Looks interesting. Last Rasputin says, I feel like Valheim from a content creation point of view, especially streaming, most use it as a stepping stone to build an audience before switching to more saturated games. Yeah, I mean, you are 100% right about that. Or they're just crazy. And their Valheim is their end game. Oh no, what a horrible place to die. It's okay. It was worth reading your comment. It was worth it. As soon as I went on top of that, the log, I was like, I'm screwed. I'm screwed. Whatever. It's fine. Let's see. So let me read it again so I can actually focus. I'll sit. So I get a rested buff. Steal some more of Hallow's sausages. Well, that worked out well. Alright, so he said, I feel like Valheim from a content creation point of view, especially streaming, most use it as a stepping stone to build an audience before switching. Yeah, I think you're very right about that. Sorry, by the way, I think my mic is a bit over-tuned. 1 second. There we go! That should be better. There, now if I get boisterous or loud, it won't break out there. It should be okay. I think you're definitely right about that, though. Like, because basically, in the content creation world, the way it works is the more saturated the niche is, the harder it is to get noticed. But once you've started to get noticed, everything gets easier and easier and easier. So what you said, to start in a smaller niche like Valheim, and then to move on to something bigger, yeah, I think that is something people do. To be honest, though, I think it's more about Valheim itself as a game. It doesn't really accommodate it being your main focus because there's not enough new content. Like, Iron Gate's just too slow. Like, I've seen what happens to people when they can rely on you to regularly push out updates. And it causes them to feel immersed. They develop a fondness for you because they know, like, yeah, even if they get used to everything, you're working on new things regularly and it's keeping things updated. And I mean, maybe you guys can correct me if if I'm wrong, but I'm under the impression that that's actually why people like playing on Path of Magic. It's because it gives them some of the things that Valheim itself doesn't give them anymore. You know, you can't get excited that Iron Gate is gonna keep you entertained with new updates and new systems and mechanics. I mean, maybe you could get excited, but you're gonna feel pretty betrayed pretty soon. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm done throwing shade at Iron Gate. I love them. They work very slowly. That's just how it is. They do great work, though. I love the assets they make. Awesome music, awesome vibes, good stuff. But it is very slow, and the players suffer as a result. And for a game world to really work, you need those updates. The players need that. They need to be able to feel, yeah, like the world is changing. Maybe it's not changing super fast, but I've just seen, like, when I post patch notes and then people read them, and I've noticed, like, if I just silently update things without giving people stuff to read, they don't get as excited. They don't get as activated because they don't know about it, right? But when I update things and I tell them what's happening and I involve them, yeah, when I do more updates, people play more. Even if they're not playing the update. It's very, very apparent that that is a real thing that players want. They want to feel like the game is active and the developers are pushing out new things. Like, they really want that experience. They do. They truly do. And it's something that you can't get in Valheim from Iron Gate. At least you can't get it very easily. You can get it once a year or so. And hey, I gotta say, I'm happy with Call to Arms. I really am. I was expecting nothing and we got something. And I was ambushed by the bears earlier. And being attacked by a bear and then fighting. That was really cool. I like the bears. I really like the Call to Arms update in general. I think it's a sign that there we go. It's a sign that they're heading in the right direction, if that makes sense. They're paying more attention to the things that at least I think actually matter, you know, which are the core of the gameplay experience, you know. Here we go. Let's do this again. Now we have a little routine, right? I gotta steal some of Hallow's sausages. Looks like I'll still be able to die a bunch more times. It's got some nice other food, but we're just gonna leave that. Cooked bear meat. It tastes like victory. Sometimes those little subtitles get to me. Well, it's raining, so you know what that means. No rested buff at all. Alright, let's see what these comments say. Last Rasputin says, Valheim is for the storytellers. You know, I hadn't thought about that, because I don't tell stories, but when I do interact with the others in the communities, you're right. They do like to build a story that, like, describes their building. You know what I mean? Not everybody does that, but it's definitely a thing people do. Yeah. And it's so funny because that same thing is like, yeah, it's one of the ways Valheim sort of has a way of shooting itself in the foot a little bit. Because what I've seen with this world is like, wow, it has a story. The world itself has a story. Path of Magic has a long history. And over 200 different people have come onto the server, played, and left their mark. You know? Oh, I was not. Here, one second. Let me actually fix this thing that it keeps messing me up. Where's the auto run? Yeah, there we go. I'm not used to that. I'm used to holding down shift, making me move faster, even if you're not running. And you can use that to dodge. That's what I do, basically. Like if you move normally, you move a certain speed, but if you hold shift, you actually immediately move faster, even though the animation of your character hasn't caught up yet. So you can use that to dodge things. Hey, some food. Yeah, when you die, you can get some loot. All right, let me see what more gaming and Give Me Acid have said. If Iron Gate could improve the game and add the final biome, and then maybe add mod support, it could extend the life of the game well beyond 1.0. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's the thing about Valheim, right? Because I don't know about you, but for me, uh, even if they didn't submit any of these new updates, the nature of EWP is so fascinating that I'm like genuinely more excited to see more projects like Enigma. But that's the thing is like it's like shit, it might be years before that happens. You know? Whoa! I was reading. You did not respect me. I was reading Jake's comment about combat roll training. Nah, I hate dodge rolls, man. It's not that I don't don't get me wrong. I've played Dark Souls. I get it. I hate invincibility frames. I think it's so stupid that you can just roll on the ground in front of an enemy and you're magically invincible for a couple frames and you can dodge. Like, I don't know. I hate that mechanic. That's why I don't use it. I'm trying to learn how to play and have dodging be more nuanced without relying on that kind of thing, if that makes sense. But I'm not even gonna bother this. There's no way. I can run around in the swamp when I have a rested bonus, but I can't do it when I'm wet, cold, and naked. That's too much for me. I'm gonna actually be smart here and get a rested bonus. But yeah, I mean, it's like that's what's funny about Valheim. You can actually get through the game totally fine, never dodge rolling. You do not need to use it. The game is completely fine. You can do a bunch of melee, especially on Enigma mode. You really don't need to use dodge rolls at all. I understand that I could become a better player by dodge rolling, but I don't want to dodge roll. I don't want to learn how to dodge roll better. I want to learn how a game can feel fun and not have this stupid invincibility thing that, like, ultimately it's just timing. That's why it feels good. There's so many ways to make timing feel good and little visual effects and stuff. I really don't. I'm not impressed by dodge rolls. Pain in the ass. It's the only thing about Dark Souls I think I don't like. Because Dark Souls made that such a thing, and it's like, goddamn. Now you can find videos. Like, have you ever watched those NPC Man? Is that what they're called? Epic NPC Man? I think that's what he's called. And then there's this one. Oh, I wish I could show that. 1 second. Oh no, I didn't set up my stream to show my screen properly. I would show you, but if you look up Epic NPC Man, it's like these YouTube skits, right? And then they have one that's about dodge rolling, and it's hilarious. Because the knight, it's like he's just rolling on the floor in front of the guy, and he's like, "What are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. How could that help you?" Like, and it's also funny. The irony is not lost upon me because earlier in the stream I was talking about how realism versus fun, and how a lot of things are sacrificed for realism. Whereas in that case, I don't. It's kind of the opposite, right? There's nothing realistic about being able to dodge roll. Like, unless maybe you're on fire, and you roll and you put out. I didn't even get the rested bonus. What am I doing? I just talk too much. But my point was that yeah, the realism thing is it's like one of those things where In one case, I'm like, oh yeah, always fun, better than realism. And then in another case, I'm like, no. In the case of dodge rolls, I'd rather it was realistic. But people like dodge rolls, so it is what it is. It's the I dislike dodge rolls for the same reasons that I make the world in Enigma really hard. Like basically the easier the world is and the easier players can stay alive, then the less immersive from my perspective. I know people don't agree with that. That's just my attitude, right? Um, but basically, now I'm pressing shift once, and I'm like, why isn't this working? um, yeah, my attitude's generally things need to always be able to kill you, and I've even had experiences on a Nintendo 64 game some of you may recognize called Perfect Dark. And GoldenEye and Perfect Dark have a lot of things in common with each other. One of the interesting things about those games is that once you beat them, you unlock a special kind of difficulty that allows you to adjust the enemy damage. So I had an experience where I adjusted the enemy damage so everybody kills me in one shot if they hit. And I kill everyone in one shot if I hit. And I can honestly tell you that was by far my favorite way to play those older style retro shooting games. There's something highly immersive about knowing a single bullet kills you, and it completely changes how you go about fighting and managing dynamics. And that was the first time in my life that I started to think that way, and it was like, huh. So even though people actively want things to be a certain way, when they get what they want, they stop playing. Pretty much. And basically, there's certain things that players will always want the more convenient option. Almost always. But if you listen to them all the time, you end up without any players. It's this funny conundrum where you need a friction of sorts, but while simultaneously understanding that we live in a world that fundamentally teaches people that friction is bad. Now, this is very complicated when friction is actually a very important part of a gameplay experience, and it's what adds nuance. Friction risks alienating new players at the expense of enriching committed veterans and people who have gotten to know the nuance. And we live in an era, generally, where video games are highly coddled. Things are made to be easier for people as often as possible. And if a developer receives comments saying their game is hard on Reddit, the developer acts like that means that person's playing their game and should be taken very seriously. And I don't know. Reddit's kind of cool, but I've seen too many things on Reddit get taken seriously, and it's like, if you knew the kinds of people who are sometimes writing these comments, or how old some of these people are, or lack of old, rather, right? I mean, like, I've seen comments that I've learned later are written by, like, a 5-year-old, and then the comment gets taken seriously as if it's posted by a dedicated player of the game, when it was just some kid reading some shit on Reddit about a game he's never played. You know what I mean? Like, we live in that world where there's going to be more people talking about a game sometimes than playing it. And Valheim often has that experience, you know what I mean? Let's see. Teen says, what happened to the Surtlings? I think basically Ken killed everything, and he saved me, and I've just been running around, ranting, naked, and dying. So, whatever you want to know about what happened to the Surtlings, I suggest you direct your questions at Ken, because he probably knows more than I do. I've just been babbling and trying to get things, and we can see we actually have everything we need to like get started with some very, very simple progression stuff, actually, because we have some ore. I got this earlier. Let's see. So now I should be able to make, yeah, I can make these things, right? Yeah, look at this. Thanks to Ken. He saved the day. Oh, wait, nope. I'm not going to build it there. I'm going to build it further here. Because there's just like a whole, it's going to become like one of those crowded markets, you know what I mean? I already found it, don't worry. I'm just looking for a place for the thing here. No coal. It's okay. We got a kiln! I guess you don't really need a kiln anymore, do you? These are like old school things. Now there's like a billion ways to get better, get coal faster than a kiln. Whatever. Just gonna do it right here. Oh, that's so funny. Hey, yeah, so we got some iron, a little bit of bronze, and a little bit of tin. Maybe that'll be enough to make one of those workbench extensions. Let's see. You like my organization system? What am I doing? I'm not even using... What am I doing? I'm playing like a vanilla player. What am I doing? Look, this is what I should be doing. You make one chest, and it's your nonsense chest. So you just go nonsense. Oh, you gotta spell nonsense right, though. Boom! And then you get a nonsense chest. And once you have a nonsense chest, you get all of this inventory space. I don't know why I just completely forgot about that mechanic. But it does actually have some downsides because the crafting mods don't always notice everything. But I find it best. My favorite way to manage inventory in Valheim is to have one super, super, super deep chest. And you just dump absolutely everything into that chest. Because then what happens is it sorts the piles automatically for you. So you don't have to do anywhere as much cognition as when you have a bunch of chests and you might have 8 chain in this chest, 4 chain in that chest. And this allows you to still make your organization system, but you don't have to make your organization system while surrounded by, you know, pack rat unorganized life. You can just start with, you know, your one single nonsense chest. And the nonsense chest is so deep that everything fits in it, right? As you can see here, we were able to take all the stuff from all those chests and then put them in here. And if we just scroll to the bottom, we see all these things. And they get conveniently stacked so that we don't have to worry about managing all the individual stack sizes. Blah, 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 blah. Nonsense chests. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I need a star and a teensy following behind. You're right. We'll see, though. I want to build this area a bunch, but I'm not in a rush at all, as you can tell. I'm just kind of doing my thing. And over time, we'll figure some things out. Let's see. Can I repair my tunic? I can. Nice. There's something... I feel weird being shirtless, but I'm fine being pantsless and helmetless, apparently. So, did I actually, like, make it back here with loot? Is that what happened? Kind of weird. I guess in that case... Nice. Ah, yeah, Ken said he found a serpent. That's cool, I'll just go with it. Yeah, I found that on... When I played before, I tried to, like, control my progression more. Whereas this time, I'm just kind of rolling with it. And if players bring me stuff or do something, I'm just going to use it. I'm not going to be worried too much about finding everything myself and all this. Really? The kiln is flammable? Huh. I personally wouldn't have thought that. Is that what's happening, or is there some, like, wood piece inside it that's burning? Ah, yeah, there's a wood piece inside it that's burning. I see, I see. Alright. Let's fill that kiln back up. I guess this can start going, right? You good? You good? That's all nice. Nonsense chest here. Alright, looking good. Now, where was that Slayer Tower? Can I get there without dying? I want to show you all the Slayer Tower now. It's actually... I'm very excited about it. I will be doing a bunch of Slayer later on, but not yet. I need to get used to playing again and practice combat and all these things. Alright. Hey, got some iron. Lucky day. Okay. If I remember right, she's over here. Let's see. It's funny now. Now I want to change the shift back. Because I kind of funny. I guess I wish there was like two buttons. One to auto run fast. And then you run out of... yeah, I guess it's because of the stamina system. That makes sense. So here we are. We have Konar's Tower. It's very high up on the ground, which might be confusing. But not to worry. I'm going to show you how you deal with that. See, Konar's Tower has these special little base things. And if you get close, she'll be like, "Oi! Come over." You go to the base, and you're like, okay, it's above me. Nothing's happening. But the moment you do something, boom, you're gonna get moved. At least you should get moved. Why didn't I get moved? That's so weird. Why? It was teleporting me fine, but now it's not doing it for some reason. I probably just need to change the script because I didn't test it on the server. There's probably something weird. But normally, normally you just get teleported. So you go there and then you do anything, the lightning strikes, and then it just sends you right up into the tower. I'm not actually sure why... Why does that not work if the teleport happens? Does that mean it can't find... Hello! She knows I'm there. Does that mean... Why is that happening? Did I change... I probably changed the name of the chest. Because basically when you're down there, it looks at the chest and then just teleports you to the chest. So if I changed the name of the chest a little bit and I didn't update that, it would result in it triggering but never finding a chest to move you to. So that's probably what happened. Alternatively, you can build your way up there. Of course. I guess I could do that actually. I may as well. I'll just show off the inside of the Konar Tower. Hey, Fire, how's it going? Yeah, I've been streaming a bunch. I'll probably finish up soon. I have to be careful about over streaming. On Friday, it doesn't really matter because I have like Saturday and Sunday to recover and it's fine. But if I do too much on Monday, then I get like burned out and I lose my voice. And then I do it again on Wednesday and then again on Friday. Makes sense. But I ended the stream much earlier yesterday in general, so I'm not too worried about it. I don't mind if I stream a little bit longer this time. At least we have a Surtling core now, thanks to Ken saving us. I probably would have gotten some eventually after dying in the swamp for a while. Alright. Lots of cool crafting recipes. Okay. Here's the idea, though. We're going to take a bunch of wood, and I'm just going to try and build and survive. No, I'm just going to try and get into Konar's tower. Because I could just fix the script, but I basically can't. I can't, like, easily update scripts anymore. Because there's, well, maybe no one is now, but yeah, there's like too many people playing, basically. So if I update a script when everyone's online, it kicks everyone off. Unless it's a really, really tiny script. But I'm not very good at tiny scripts. To be honest, not very good at all. What? What was that? Oh, maybe Ken tried to get up in it. So yeah, some player probably just tried to go up there. I wonder if it worked for them. Probably not. Is there a Ken down there? Oh. Wait, what? 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 Is there a player up there? What was that lightning bolt? I expected to see a player chilling there, typing a message saying that it doesn't work. I'm confuzzled. Anyway, I'm gonna build a stairway to heaven. Let's see. I don't know if this is gonna work, but I guess if I clip into this skull and I aim just right, let's go for the tallest part. Now look for a skull. There's a skull right there. Should be able to build this workbench and then make my way up manually. See how that goes. It's funny because there's actually a lot of extra scripting on this thing. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out the kinds of things. Oh, do I have to like get lucky and overclip it, but how do I get it to reset what it thinks is stability? I don't think I can actually. Yeah, sometimes if you get it to recalculate its stability, you can then... Oh no! You can then get some extra build pieces in before you clip it. Makes sense? So like if I were to do something like this... Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. I don't remember how you do it. There's some certain way that you can get it to like build before. Yeah, there we go. Okay, see? There we go. This is the kind of, yeah, when you know the mechanics. Because once you make it to that top part, then you get the stability bonus from hitting the pieces that have stability, which is not all of them actually. So let's see. Let's see what happens here. I feel like I'm gonna fall. God. This is not how you're meant to get up into this thing, by the way. It's just how I got here. Yeah. Hello, Konar. Thank you. Okay. So here we are. This is Konar's Slayer Tower. You can repair some of your special gear here if you have it. I don't have any, of course. And you can learn a little bit more about Slayer. Here you go. You can also just go Slayer, or say Slayer, question mark. And then boom, you get told. Oh, it's very short though. Why does it go away so quickly? I forgot the repeats. Oh yeah, Teensy, you're right. I forgot I can make stability skulls as a player. Completely forgot about that. Yeah, players can make one stability skull, so that makes sense. And because you're all watching, I want to show you a secret. Where is it? Let's see if it worked, actually. Maybe the secret didn't work. Don't mind me, Konar. I'm just building in your house. Sometimes, if you're lucky... Ah, it's not here. You can get lucky, and there can be a hidden Slayer key up here. It's not here. Tragic. Alright. So normally, you would just get teleported up here. And that's how you get in. And then you're sort of... You have to jump. I did that on purpose. I know, it's cruel and unusual. But I think it's funny. And a lot of these are in the ocean, so you don't really have to worry that much. But you need pretty much more than 100 health to get out of it alive. Or you need to get up here some weird way. I could have added a teleporter, but I didn't. And basically what's probably happening is I have an ID for this. And it's not valid anymore. Like, I messed it up for some reason. And so it can't find this chest. There's also quite a few weird things going on. Where's the damage RPC text message? I see. I have to actually test these things on the server. I developed everything on single player, and there's differences. Oh, wait, on a server? I think I understand. So maybe those only work on the character. Okay. I'll figure it out. Yeah, basically you get these chests, you get these keys, and then you can put them in here, and then you get loads of loot, like really high-end loot. You get a bunch of iron, a bunch of flame metal, 3,000 coins, all sorts of stuff. And this is going to be, I'll probably focus a lot on these later on. I just got really into developing them and had an absolute blast. But pretty much, you build a coin pile right next to Konar, and then she's like, hey, she takes it, and then she gives you a task. And then you can check your task by typing task. In my case, there's nothing to check, so nothing's showing up. And then that's how you figure out where to go and do all that stuff. But I still need to polish it a bit. I'm honestly surprised there's not more broken stuff, to be honest. Because like I said, I stayed up until 4 a.m. finishing the Slayer update and also combining all the other updates. Because you guys have been playing on Path of Magic so much, I haven't actually been able to stop it. I haven't been able to update it. So I had to wait till the actual maintenance system. Kind of funny. Yeah, thanks, Fire. Fire says, Konar's like, what the hell? Why not use the front door? The front door is broken. Konar, it's broken. It was working great, and then it broke. Could show it on single player, I guess. I guess I may as well. I gotta log off anyway soon, so I'll log off, log in single player, show a Slayer tower, and yeah. Fire says, I'm surprised at how fast you got it done. You were just talking about making it like last week. That's funny. That's because I've been eating, living, and breathing it for a week straight. To be honest. I don't really like working on a script for more than a week because I find it to be a waste. Basically, like I'll work for a script for like a week straight, but then I need playtesting. Playtesting is always more effective than me trying to guess what players are going to do. So to make an effective system with EWP, I follow a procedure, and it's identify the smallest part that can be consumed and tried by the player, and then integrate it into the game world, and then observe. Try it myself. And as that's happening, as I'm observing, listen to the things and the observations of others and myself that come up through that process. That's basically how I develop. So I rarely will finish something and then put it on the server. I'll almost always identify the little part, put a test on the server, see if people notice, And then I use that to figure out exactly what to do for the whole process. Because it's sort of like, it's more effective that way. If you think about it, when I have to think about how a mechanic's going to work, I use up my cognition, and that's a limited resource that I run out of, right? Whereas other players, they're endless. Individual players get bored and leave, but the presence of players and feedback is a constant, right? So, which makes more sense? To put a draft onto the server, it gets play tested, and then I know what's wrong with it? Or to spend a lot of my time trying to figure out what will work and trying to predict what might go wrong, blah, 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 blah. Personally, I find that to be a huge waste of time. It's way more efficient to just throw it on the server, see how people react, and then just keep reiterating over and over and over and over and over again. Like when I make Slayer, for example, I got the mechanics working and then was just doing tasks, killing the monsters, going where they went, seeing the problems, imagining what a player felt, repeating, reiterating, repeating, reiterating, repeating, reiterating. That's my development process in a nutshell for the most part. So that's something that just works really, really well with EWP. For now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to exit the server, and I'm going to show you real quick, because you were all watching, I'll show you how Slayer actually works when it works properly. And it's inevitable it will work properly. It's just I have to spend time figuring out the little tweaks and changes that are necessary for it to run on the server instead of in single player, because the server communicates with itself. So when you use timing and all these other things, single player is instant, so it makes scripts run a certain way. But then when you translate it to the server, it's not as instant, right? It doesn't necessarily work the same way. So that's something that I'll figure out. It'll be fine. But for now, I'm going to say goodbye to the others. Bye, everybody. Awesome. Thanks for watching, everybody who's on the server. Definitely. It's really cool how active the server has been. It makes the work feel even more rewarding, to be honest. Like, I found that I don't need a lot of people playing, but just having like between one and 4 people who join the server each day. I mean, it's awesome. It's so crazy that it's been like that for as long as it has been. Just bear with me for a moment. I'm switching my mod profile so that I'm in development. Which one was I using? I guess the latest one. That's this one. Okay. All good. Sweet. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, Fire. That's exactly like you said. Not only that, but some scripts behave completely differently on single player, even if it's not a timing thing. Like some RPCs act weird, etc. Yeah, that's actually, I don't know why I didn't say this, because you would notice it. But that's what I noticed with that chest. If you noticed, every time I closed the chest, it would show the green or the blue VFX thing, right? Wait, why? Why can't my screen see Valheim? Oh, there we go. It suddenly sees it for some reason. But if you noticed, it was just that VFX. In the actual Slayer mode, it's different. Oh, is this on a new world? I don't remember if this is the right world. We'll see in a moment, though. I make so many worlds to just pour through all of them, I swear. I probably deleted like 400 Valheim worlds. And Fire says, yeah, it's smart that you've developed on a live server. I've been trying to wrap my head around how to do something similar. I think the playtest on a copy of the main world is best. Yeah, that's essentially what I do now. Because now I have to maintain a local copy of the world, the server's copy of the world, and the Enigma copy that's public that everyone plays. And having to deal with all three of them like forced me to deal with things better. Yeah, Fire, there's supposed to be these damage RPCs that tell you, it like tells you what's happening with the chest, right? So let me see something real quick. We're gonna spawn Builder Key. What is it? Spawn Key Mountain, is that it? No, it's Hilder Key. Hilder Key, yeah, there we go. You spawn this, but not just that, it has to be a special version of it. Boom. Alright. Yeah, you're gonna find these things, see here? Slayer Key. This is the thing that you get, and it's like the epic drop you're excited about. You get maybe between 0 and 5 of these per task, depending on your luck. And then each one of them could be like 3,000 coins, 1,000 coins, 60 flame metal, 10 flame metal, 100 iron, etc., etc., etc. So what we're going to do is brighten this place up a bit. And now I need to find the location. So what we're going to do is get a Konar Slayer Tower. Final Ocean, Final Konar. Here we go. I see, this is an older world. It had the previous iteration, so give me a moment. I think I made a new world. It's just right under this one. Here we go. This looks promising. Yeah, I'm happy with the key as well. Those things, I've learned now that like I have to dedicate, it's like, all right, I'm gonna use 2 hours of my life to over and over and over edit individual HTML strings, and look at this 100 times in a row. That's what I do. Now we're on a different world, and if I use locations, list, Konar, final Konar, there we go. Now 4,400. 60, let's go to 90, we'll overshoot it a bit, oh yeah, go to TOD, nice. All right, so we'll see if this works better, but this is what's supposed to happen. You're exploring, you see this crazy thing in the sky, and you're like, well, how the hell do I get into that? And then if you go to the base of it, you find this thing, and then, let's see. In theory, I should just go here. Yeah, okay. I don't know why that doesn't work on the server. I have to figure out what's going on there. It's probably a timing thing. But so that's how you get in. And then once you get in, you obviously can learn a bit more about Slayer if you want to. But let's show what would actually happen. Because if you're actually doing Slayer, you're stronger, you have some money, you come here and you buy a Slayer task. So let's buy a Slayer task. We build it. She's like, hey, you want a Slayer task? Takes a moment. And is like, all right, you gotta slay wraiths in dungeons. Sorry, not in dungeons. In a full set of troll leather 10 times. Okay? And if that was a little bit confusing, don't worry, because you can just type task, ? And you'll get to see your full task. And just like you said, Fire was like, well, why don't you make it so that it says how many you've progressed, right? So it's easier to understand. So I did that. And now it just tells you, slay wraiths not in dungeons, in a full set of troll leather. You've slain 0 out of 10. Okay? So I'm actually gonna go do that, and we can see what actually happens, see if it works. But before that, I want to show you the Slayer keys, right? Now, where's that other Slayer key? All right, no luck. What we're gonna do is just find a Slayer key. We just put it in here, like that. But let's say we're being greedy. Let's say I put 2 Slayer keys in. Look at that. This is what I was talking about, Fire. It says, the chest, like, instructs you, right? So it says, slay monsters for keys. Slay monsters for keys. If I put in some bone fragments, it's like, that's not a key. It doesn't actually say that's not a key because of logic, so I had to choose between that's wrong or don't use 2 keys at once. And I figured players would try and use 2 keys at once, and that's not why there's 3 slots. There's 3 slots because you need more slots for rewards. Boom, look at that. We got a rolled amount of ashwood. The most is 150, least is like 50, something like that. So you can see you got gear and other things, right? And you can just keep turning in however many keys you got, and you'll just keep getting new loot rolls from this table, right? Sometimes it's rubies, silver necklaces, ashland gems. There's loads and loads of different things. And I wanted to make something that's fun, like something that people can enjoy, like in a very literal way, if that makes sense. So I made sure to keep all of the other functioning for Halder, so that you can still, or for Halder, for Konar. So Konar is still a fully functioning merchant, just like all the other Diverger in Path of Magic. Obviously that logic is wrong here. See how if I get close to her, she says, you've slain 10 so far. I think I did the math backwards there or something. The task is right. Oh, no, I know. There is no math. That's what it is. It's the wording. Yeah, I see. So she's like, oh, you've slayed this many. But she's saying the number left to slay. That's why it seems wrong, because I haven't slain any. So she shouldn't say, you have slain this many so far. She should say, you have to slay this many more. Make sense? It's just in the wrong tense. But for now, let's see. We're going to check our task again. I messed it up. I walked too close to her. But what we're supposed to do is slay wraiths, not in a dungeon, in a full set of troll leather. So let's double check and make sure this actually works. I need to pee before I do that. Okay, back, and now what do we need? We need basically some troll leather. I'm gonna do item set black forest. Boom. Leather. Oh, I used the wrong one. Item set. What is it? Swamp? Jonathan 1. Huh. I haven't seen that one before. Yeah, there we go. Swamps has the full troll leather set here. Grab this. Alright, and just so you know, the cape doesn't matter. Anytime there's a set check in Path of Magic or Enigma, it only looks at helmet, chest, and legs. So it considers this a full troll leather set, even though you don't get the 4-part sneak bonus. So the game itself isn't saying it's a full set, but I'm saying it is. Make sense? So now we have that. All right, we need to just go to, slay wraith not in dungeons in a full set of troll leather. Well, That sounds pretty easy. Let's see what happens here if we turn on God mode. And I know inevitably one of you is going to do this, so I may as well just do it now. But Konar here, let's just take her and can just kind of push her around a little bit. And she'll eventually, she's actually doing a really good job at staying up in here. But I want to show you what happens. No! Ah, I almost got her. Come on, Konar. You do not want to attack these things. They're super powerful. But there we go. We go down. Now what? Konar's loose upon the world. That's what. He's going to run off and go kill the queen. It's really funny. I don't know what I did to these mobs. It must be that they have a different spawn spot or something, because as soon as they hit the ground, they just run like in a random direction. It's really, really funny. But basically, if we just watch her as she fights, she should, in theory, just go back to her house. Like magically. Looks like she's in the mood to go hunt a bunch of goblin first. It's just beelines. See what I mean? They just kill the monster and then boom, they like just ran right into the mist. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Where'd you go, Konar? Where'd you go? Ah, there you go. Okay, she just went back. I saw the damage text, so now she's up there. You'll see in a moment. But before we go back up there, let's actually look at the task. So remember, our task said that we had to be in full troll leather, right? Oh, I see. Something funny happened there. So you see how we're in full troll leather. I'm going to remove the hood because I don't want to get the credit. I want to make sure that this actually works. The task is slay the wraiths, not in a dungeon, in a full set of troll leather. So right now, I'm not wearing the helmet. So, should be fine. Let's see. We're going to go locations. Oh no, what am I doing? Spawning wraith, that's right. We're going to spawn some wraiths. It's like 3 of them. Got some wraiths here. Yeah. And now I can start fighting them, right? Obviously, it's easy mode here. Helps to be in God mode. Alright, so we got a kill there. But nothing's happening. Nothing extra is happening, rather, right? And that's because we are not meeting the criteria for our task. So as I kill things, nothing happens, right? But watch what happens if I were to just repair my gear, and then, there we go. And now we spawn our wraith. Now let's do, I don't know, the other 7 of them. Now when I kill them, let's see what happens. There's so many of them. This is ridiculous. Obviously, I could just use the command, but I feel like I have to hit them a bit. Yeah, okay, so we killed 1. It said rip wraith. And then, boom, look at that. 9 remaining. So it's actually happening there. Oh, yeah, there we go. I lost all my stuff here, so it won't work, right? So what I'm gonna do to get these off my back for a moment, because they destroy the armor so fast that I can't actually use it. There we go. Okay, so now all the wraiths are there. They look like Dementors. Whoa, they look exactly like Dementors. That's funny. Alright, so we killed them all, but we killed them all at the exact same time. So bear with me, it might miss 1 or 2. Oh, I love it when things work. Nice. That took me forever, by the way. I discovered, working on this system, that EWP works better if you use randomized delays, so nothing ever happens at the same time. Good thing to discover. Alright, there we go. Boom. Boom. Killed all the wraiths. Now what? One remaining. Boom. That was it. There we go. We completed the Slayer task. That's how you know you completed the Slayer task. Get a bunch of extra loot rolls, some nice fireworks. Everybody knows you completed your Slayer task. And you also get coins. And generally, you'll get more coins from doing a task than it costs to take the task. So it's not like you pay 999 coins and then you don't get that. It's just this time we only had 20 wraiths, which is actually a pretty easy task, to be honest. And also I was doing some other things, so you don't see as much of the loot as you normally would. But that's how the basics of that work. And then let's say we check our task now. It says you completed the task. It was to slay wraith, not in dungeon. Return to Slayer Master Konar, right? So let's see where Konar is. We last saw her run off into the mist, but if we go back now, just go back in and boom, look at that. She's just chilling. Basically what happens is she starts fighting monsters, and from the moment she makes an attack for the first time, it starts a timer to teleport her back home. And then it just teleports her back home. And I did it that way because it was really funny watching her like run off and then like gank something and then just like vanish. It's like, yeah, she's the Slayer Master. That's what they do. But that's pretty much it. That's the basics of it. There's loads of different variants of tasks, like loads and loads and loads and loads of them. And I'm even going to patch them and add some more. So, yeah, that'll be crazy. But for now, it looks like the main mechanic works on the server mode, but the teleport up into the chest and the damage RPCs don't work. I vaguely remember that in single player it's a client RPC, and on a server it's an object RPC. I feel like it's something like that. Because if I remember right, when you're doing it on single player, even though it looks like they're the ones getting the damage text, it's actually because you are the server that it can do that. So when you're not the server, it does something different. I don't remember though, to be honest. I don't remember. But there we are, and now, yeah, there's all this crap here. Sorry about that, but that's the idea. And you don't have to finish your task. Like, let's say you just want a new task, and you didn't finish it. Watch, you can just get a task, right? So I'll buy a task from her. And then she's like, slay deer. Dang, I got the easiest one. 20 deer. That's so funny. That's so easy. There aren't even other easy monsters, to be honest. I think the next easiest monster is a Grey Dwarf Shaman or something. But it's not like it's just every monster in the game. I didn't do it that way. I felt like that was too boring, to be honest. It's certain monsters that I wanted people to fight. So you can get a task to go hunt deer or hare and have to use a certain thing to kill them, which can be more challenging than you would expect, to be honest. But anyway, let's say that I didn't actually need that task. I wanted a different one. I don't want to go kill deer. You can just buy another one. You don't need to finish tasks. It's just if you don't finish a task, you're not getting the loot drops and the rewards that make it profitable, right? And you can tell that the quantity varies a lot. You may think that it's rolled randomly, but it's not. The quantity changes depending on the monster and then some other things. So if you're fighting a really niche monster that's rare, that you have to kind of look for, it's only going to ask you to kill like 4 of them, maybe 8, something like that. But if you're fighting an easy-to-find monster, like a skeleton, it'll ask you to kill 100. Make sense? So all of the quantities are tied to the kind of monster and the situation that they're asking you for. In this case, for example, we're to slay green charred twitchers inside dungeons while wielding an abyssal razor. Make sense? Oh, I almost hit her. That would normally be impossible because in Valheim there are no green summoned twitchers inside dungeons. They're only in the Ashlands. But on Path of Magic, there's green summoned twitchers in the burial chambers and the sunken crypts. So, there you go. That's how you get it. Haha. Nice. All right. I guess we can do a grand finale here. See what happens if I try and kill Konar. I don't think I can kill her, right? Kill all. Yeah, she's immune to death. I didn't add the God mode killer, though. I could. You can actually make a monster, and you can make it so that the monster can kill a player in God mode. Sort of. Let me see something, though. I wonder, I hit her, right? And now she's mad at me. Oh. No, she forgave me. Yeah, she calmed down. Okay. I forgot I put a timer, so they calm down automatically. But let's say you attack them. Another way you can calm them down, although it's kind of hard, is actually just by feeding them. Ah, but she doesn't like health food. We have to give her stamina food. So let's give her some of this. And then boom. There you go. Obviously, she would kill you before you did that. It's actually pretty hard to kill them before they kill you. Oh, Fire, that's awesome. Fire says, I have some server damage text script, so I can check real quick. I think you're correct that it's an object RPC. Yeah, it's funny. This explains why I had an issue in the past where I used a script someone else had made, and I had to flip them. And I didn't understand why. Like, why was I using client object RPCs and it was working in one case? So I think that's what it is. But yeah, that's another technical thing. And then Fire says, oh man, I have so many technical questions about the script. Hey, if you want to ask a couple things, I'm free to cover it. Gives me a moment to reflect on what's happening that causes the teleport to trigger but never occur. Especially because I use teleports on the server already, and I teleport people way further. So I know it's possible. I must have, yeah, maybe like Fire said, I have the label for the old chest, but I changed some of the HTML so it can't find it anymore, so I have to update the label. Could be something like that. Definitely could be. Let's see. I'll peek at the script for a moment here and see what it looks like. All right, let's see. Teleport. Okay, so the player does an action within 5 meters of the Slayer Tower's registered location that is not near the Slayer chest. It then pokes the Slayer chest and it tries to get its coordinate. It brings the coordinate back. Wait, the lightning AoE is in the same command line as the object RPC that's failing? What? That's so weird. Why would that not trigger? My brain. Huh. I don't know. To be honest, looking at it, I don't know why that didn't work. It looks like it should work. I'll have to test it more. And it works in single player, so I know it's possible. And then Fire said, mainly just how does it pick the armors and know you have them on, value groups for the armor, then a custom value for you wearing those pieces? Yeah, basically. So you can use a data filter on the player that is a value group that contains all of the eligible hashes. Yeah, and I had to make it dynamic because if I didn't make it dynamic, I would have to write out every possible combination. And I was just like, there's no fucking way I'm doing that. So I talked to Dakar and Zeal, and I was like, guys, I know you know how to do this. And then they said they were very confused. But in their confusion, they showed me what I need to do, and I figured out how to fix it. And then it all worked. It was great. It was wonderful. All right. So what I can show you real quick, Fire, before I go. Let me see if this even works. All right, you got a black screen right now. I know you got a black screen. Bear with me for a moment. I'm trying to switch it to the correct monitor here. We don't want automatic capture. No, 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 no. We want this one maybe? Hey, 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 hey. Nice. Look at that. Okay, so you can see that monitor. Yeah, better than nothing. All right, let's put this here. All right, my friend. This is the Slayer script. It's only 4,129 lines. And it's mostly just checking different variants. But the thing I wanted to show you that's directly about what you asked is the armor. So let's say we want to see how it checks for any two-handed sword, right? We can look, okay, it uses a filter, has any sword. So if I search for this, we can find the data file. Oh no, I'm not searching in the right context. One second. I need to add the data file. One second. Or add the data folder to the search. Where'd my mouse go? There it is. Okay. We're going to go expand world, config, data. There we go. Okay. So now I search for it, and then boom, we have the actual data file here. So this is basically what you asked. And yeah, it's pretty similar to what you said. It looks for a value group, and it's like, okay, does the player have this? And in this case, it's looking at the hash for the right item. So as long as it's at least one of these things, it's considered valid. Right? But now if we were to look at the, let's say, has bronze armor, right? Let's see, bronze set. You can see that it's a bit different. Here it's simpler. When you're looking at the whole armor set, and you don't need to look for like, okay, it could be this, if it's at least one of these, right? Like with a sword, any sword, if they have a silver sword, that works. It doesn't need to be just a certain thing, right? Whereas in the bronze set and the set items, it must be they're wearing this and this and this. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And that's pretty much how it works. So even though the script looks intense, right? I mean, it's like 4,000 lines, right? Really, it's not. Like here, this is a trick I use sometimes. It helps. You can basically take a whole script that you got, put it somewhere else so you can mess with it without causing problems. And then what you're going to do is find all of your comments and then just copy them and delete everything else. And then you get a very, well, relatively easy to read illustration of the logic without all of the scripting nonsense, right? So we can see that this is just like some description. We see like this is the main logic. And then this is like, okay, the monster dies. It pokes the player and is like, hey, is this player on a task? Yeah. Oh, hey, is this player doing this? Yeah. Is this player doing this? Yeah. Is this... It's basically a long poke chain that tests for every possible thing in steps. So they don't have to all be together. Make sense? And so then it moves on, and then it gives you credit and gives you rewards. So that's all what's been handled by all of this stuff. But then the bigger part is the thing that actually makes the tasks, right? The assigner itself. So this thing, it has the base tasks, which are all of these, right? So there's around 76 possible base tasks. You could be asked to kill bears or bears in the swamp, cultists, wolves in dungeons. You see here, it's not as simple as just you could kill cultists and it could assign that to any biome, because monsters can only be assigned where they exist or where they exist in Enigma. So you can't just have it be like, okay, I have a variant for dungeon and I apply it to everything, because how are you going to kill charred warriors in a dungeon? Like they don't occur in dungeons, so you can't do that. So that's why each base task itself has to be possible. And then the variants get added to it and have to also be possible, even keeping in mind all of the possible combinations, right? So that's where it starts getting a bit confusing, and that's why you can't just be like, okay, every monster, every biome in a dungeon, you can't do it that easily. You have to think about it and figure out what is actually possible, right? And even doing it this way, there's going to be certain situations that people will probably just skip. Like, for example, if you're asked to use a wooden club to kill a bone maw serpent, probably you're just going to skip that task, you know? And I just kind of built it in that way. In my head, it's like, as long as the players, the force skip tasks are really rare, there's only like a couple of occurrences that can occur that are really a force skip, I'm not going to worry too much about it. Because normally it's stuff like, okay, kill 100 wolves or 100 skeletons wearing the wolf sight trinket. You know, you can do that. It's not like wearing that wolf sight trinket means it's hard to kill the wolf. Make sense? That's the basics of how it's been going. So yeah. All right. Let's see. So I'll end in a moment, but before I do, let's see. So Fire says they also had to change the way the server worked because it would teleport someone else. That's funny. Yeah, it would probably teleport the closest player to 0-0. That happens actually if you use pname and there's not it's not within a prefab that has like an area, then it's basically going to make that happen at 0-0, and it'll use the player name that's closest to 0-0. So sometimes you'll see that in Enigma. It'll be like, this person did that, but they didn't. It was someone else. It frames them. All right. And Teen says, how do you get down normally? Yeah, I left it that way, to be honest. I just kind of I'm almost done, so I'm about to take one. I left it that way because I figured that basically you need 999 coins, you need to be interested in Slayer and killing things and fighting stuff, and I want to have something that's really end game, like actually more of an end game. Make sense? So I like the idea that like the player has puzzles and maybe they find one of these and they don't know what it is, you know? They don't really know how to get it to work, right? Yeah? And a lot of these scripts are made to be kind of like that. Like, people will feel like this is a problem that she fell out, right? But then as soon as she starts fighting some goblins, which is inevitable, she's going to go back home. So I think it'll be fine. I'll be able to figure it out. But the idea Yeah, is that the player has more than 100 health, and then they can just full out, and then they'll survive. As long as you have 101 health, you can survive any full. I don't know if people know that, but we'll see. And she can assign bone maw tasks. It's true. It's true. But that's it for now. I will head out. I've been streaming for 6 hours. Holy shit. Well, I made up for missing the previous one. Anyway, thanks for watching, everybody. I'll probably have the server fully patched so it works probably tomorrow. I'm not going to try and do that right now. I'm kind of tired, to be honest. I've been working on this constantly and I didn't sleep. So, there we go. Oh, and why did the... Oh, yeah, I'm not on the server. I was like, why is the death counter empty? Huh. All right, everybody. Bye-bye.